Hello there and welcome to Inchanali Park in Presal, Trinidad for the first match of the CWI Rising Stars Under-17 Championship. Round 1, it is Trinidad and Tobago versus Jamaica. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Anil Lakan for this one. We're just about ready for the start. The Trinidad and Tobago team already on the field. They've won the toss and they've decided to field first. Here is the list of players for the two sides. Trinidad and Tobago leaving out Abdullah Cambridge, Samir Sarup and Aidan Ratcher. As for Jamaica, they've left out Malik Williams, Nashane Mead and Marlon Williams for this one. Trinidad and Tobago coached by the former first-class player, Riyad Emrit, former West Indies player, of course, and Robert Turner is the coach for Jamaica, the former Kensington player in Jamaica. Anil Lakan is beside me, and Anil, based on what you saw out there, this was a very good toss to win, and the decision to field first is one that you would have supported.
I would definitely support that decision, Vidya, based on the fact that there are a lot of assessment that has to be made at a very early stage of this game, and having the opportunity to bowl first, it will give the players an opportunity to see what the pitch is doing in terms of its hardness. And also, the coaches will be able to have that assessment of how the field, in terms of how the ball will run as well. And having said that as well, Vidya, with the rain still around, if you were to have a shortened version, bowling first, that would possibly give you a slight advantage in terms of how you prepare and set yourself when it comes to batting.
Yeah, certainly it would. The Trinidad and Tobago team doing a team photo at the moment. Jamaica will do the same in a moment here. So a good decision by Trinidad and Tobago to win the toss and to field first. TNT have left out the left-arm orthodox spinner Abdullah Cambridge, the off-break bowler Samir Sarup, and the right-arm medium pacer Aidan Ratcher. Any surprises in that Trinidad and Tobago team lineup?
Not surprised at all, Vidya. I haven't known these guys for the last 9 months. I felt that the left-arm spinner possibly very unlucky to be left out in this encounter, Vidya.
Yeah, left-arm spinner. Well, there are, for both sides, a lot of left-handers in there. And Jamaica, who will be batting first, Brian Barnes is one of the left-handers on the team, as well as Stephen Wedderburn and Jordan Johnson, of course, the West Indies under-19 player and captain. He's going to be the big fish, really, for the Jamaicans here today. He's going to be the critical one to get out. As for TNT have 8 left-handers in their squad, 8 left-handed batters in their squad. They've left out 3 of them today, so that's still half the side will be left-handers. So Jamaica have gone with here. They've gone with off-spinners. Siobhan Morrison, Adrian Ware is also an off-spinner. So they have 2 off-spinners in their lineup. And I forgot to mention E.J. Spence is another one of those off-spinners Jamaica have.
So the think tank of the Jamaican team, they've definitely picked up on it very early, Vidya, that this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup, is left-handed bias, if I may say so. And they've loaded their team with 3 off-spinners in their lineup. Now, having said that, the Trinidad and Tobago team, you've got the likes of Andrew Rambaran, who has the ability, to be a very effective left-arm orthodox spinner. So one will really, I guess it's exciting times here at the Inchanali Park, having come on several occasions here, Vidya, for the start of this Rising Star Regional Under-19 tournament. I must admit I am very, very excited by the fact that the players now making their way out, out on the field, and we are going to be able to start this tournament here.
Well, the tournament actually started 4 days ago, 5 days in fact ago, and that was on Wednesday last. The first round of the tournament took place. It was rained out. The second round of the tournament took place on Wednesday. It was Tuesday and Thursday. Those 2 rounds were rained out, and the board took the decision to make sure that the players would get their full quota of 5 matches, and they have decided to restart the tournament with Game 1. So that Game 1, which was rained out on Tuesday, is now going to start today. So that's great news for the players. But there have been some changes in terms of the structure of the tournament. You can tell us more about that.
Okay, so the structure has definitely changed based on, you know, the weather patterns that we were having, you know, and it's now going to be played over 350 over encounters, and on Wednesday there's going to be a double header where 2 T20s will be played. So today we play a 50 over contest. Tomorrow is another 50 over contest. On Monday there is a break for the tournament. Tuesday we go back to 50 over, and on Wednesday at the conclusion of the tournament you have 2 T20 games to finish off the program.
Right, so that's very, very interesting, and it's an adaptation by the board here, and all towards the weather conditions here in the tournament itself. It's been very rainy in Trinidad and Tobago. There is the first sighter of the main camera that we will be using today. That's facing the northern side of the ground here at Inchinali Park. There's the Trinidad and Tobago team. And you might have been picked up. That was their chant, the war chant, as they head off across the lines. All of the players crossing themselves. They're all from different religions. Christians, Hindus, Muslims out there. And all of them seeking the blessings of the Almighty as they head out to Inchinali Park here for the start of this one. It's an exciting moment here, Anil. And I see you're tingling with anticipation at the moment.
I am. And one of the reasons why we would not have had a 5 days or 550 over contest video, I'm sure that the CWI officials would have taken into account, you know, these youngsters at, you know, 17 years old playing 5 days of 50 over cricket possibly would have been a bit too much, you know, to play 5 consecutive days. How you feel about the youngsters playing 5 days?
Well, as we look on, the start of the... It's going to be Agard to start off here. Agard has the ball in his hand. And as we were talking about earlier before we get on the air, Agard, the left-arm medium pacer, former the Presentation South player, plays for Monroe Road here in Trinidad. He's from Gasparillo in South TNT. There he is, easily recognized, almost a Carlos Valderrama type hairstyle, if you remember the great Colombian midfielder from the 1990s.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to start off. Well, the Jamaicans, meanwhile, they have started off with the 2 batters out there. Siobhan Morrison is out there, and Adrian Ware is the other batsman who's out there with him. 12 is Morrison, and 14 is Ware. So those are the 2 batters out there for Jamaica. So it is going to be Ware. Ware's the one who's going to be facing up first. Ware is all-rounder for Jamaica. Bowled some off breaks via Technical High School, regional under 15 MVP a few years ago. Scored 241 runs in that tournament. Anil got 161 against the Leeward Islands. And he has a double hundred already to his credit in Jamaica under 14 cricket. So this is quite a formidable batsman to be facing up here to first the ball. Here is the first ball. It's Agard to Ware. Off I think that came off the pad. Just 1 run this time. So Jamaica underway here.
Jason Agard getting that ball to slide back into the right hander, taking the inside edge, and it goes down to that fine leg position. So Jamaica is up and running. Where's off the mark? Jason Agard is bowling from the community center end here at the Prisa Inchinali Recreation Ground. Yeah,
the community center to the back of where Agard is coming from. You will see that in a moment. So this will be Morrison now who's facing up, and Morrison, another right-hander here for Jamaica. Looks round to see there's 2 slips in place, a slip in a gully actually, backward point, and the cover point there to face up to Agard. Oh, there's a big appeal turned down by umpire Imran Mokan, the Guyanese umpire who's joined us for this tournament. And well, that one heading down the leg side perhaps there from the left-handed bowler.
But there seems to be 2 noises there as well, Vidya.
So that is the view to the north of the ground, the massive side screens here at the Inchanali Park. I think if Joel Garner or Jason Holder might have been bowling here, that might have been a bit too low. But thankfully, these bowlers are nowhere up to that height. And he was well forward to that. I think he picked up the length very quickly there, Morrison, and played it back to the bowler.
So Morrison seems to have a lot of time to play that delivery video, getting into line very early and just allowed it to come on to him.
Now with the delayed start, this game was due to start at 9:30 a.m. We've started at 12:30. It's 35 overs aside. The power play overs 1-7. Just mentioned that to you. Didn't quite get that on drive, but straight to the mid-wicket fielder, and that is picked up by Ricky Raghunandan. I'm sure we'll see more of Raghunandan later on, the off-break bowler from Tacarigua.
So Jason Agar doing an excellent job in the power play thus far. But there's going to be a change in the field. The middle one is going into position. That's Fariz Ali is going to take up that position.
Yeah, he was in a cover point for a moment and now moves across the field. So they've obviously spotted something here. He's strong on the leg side. And with Agard pitching it just about middle and off. It's the pad, it's a quartered slip. Is that going to be out? No, it's not. It hit the pad definitely. There was a loud sound, a dull thud. Maybe clipped the top of the pad, but it was well caught by first slip.
Well, Justin Jaggis, the Trinidad and Tobago skipper, you know, he was paying attention because that ball flew to him.
Oh, it actually flew between him and the... Yeah, this is how it happened. Now, the keeper was going one way, and look at that. It didn't take the edge, but still, that was a good take.
Yeah, keeping his eyes on the ball. Very, very important aspect of when catching.
Little spot of trouble here for Morrison. Gets a full toss, and he's so much in a shell at the moment here that couldn't put that one away. But with the left arm bowler coming over the wicket here, it's not. Of course, they would have faced up to some of that across in Jamaica. Well, that's going to be the end of the first over. At the end of it, Jamaica won 2 without loss, and there is one of the spectators' galleries here. That's on the eastern side of the ground. There's a large mango tree. I can't tell you what type of mango tree it is, if it's starch or whatever you call it or graham or whatever you call it in your neck of the woods. But the parents have gotten their representative spectator t-shirts. They've come out with their chairs. As you can see, the ladies and the gentlemen there, all of them parents of relatives of the various players here. Great to see them here. That's very important for these young players.
It's important to have that parental support when you're playing at the youth level. And all the parents and their siblings as well, you know, they've come out in their numbers here video, and it's a wonderful sight, you know, to actually, you know, be able to for these youngsters to go out there and showcase their talent.
Certainly does. And talking about parents and support, well, the new bowler Fariz Ali, right arm medium pacer out of Naparima College here in Trinidad, he certainly has a huge supporters gallery. His mom and dad are always here, as well as his sister, and they're all dressed in their representative t-shirts, red and black, with his name on the back of it. He starts out outside the off stump, and this is a young bowler that a lot is thought of. Anil, you've seen him he was part of the Central Zone Under-19 team that won the national competition earlier this year.
Well, what I've seen from Fariz Ali video, every time I have the opportunity to look at this young man play cricket, you know, he just seems to be, you know, just oozing with confidence, and more importantly, he just keeps improving all the time.
Nice delivery, forcing the batsman to play this time. And yeah, he certainly has a lot of confidence, and when you look at him, he has a good height, maybe about 6'1", 6'2". He's tall and slim, very trim around the middle, strong, good core strength also, very important for a young fast bowler.
Yeah, and he seems to be doing a lot of strength and conditioning as well, video, and that, you know, is one of the cornerstone, you know, as a developmental aspect of your fast bowling.
Not asking the batsman to play this time, and we're very happy in these early stages to let that go outside the off stump. And the development of these young fast bowlers. Presal is a famous place because it is the birthplace of Ravi Rampal. He is the only fast bowler of Indian descent to play for the West Indies as a fast bowler. Several young men of Indian descent have played for West Indies as spinners, but the only fast bowler was from this area. So another one of these young men who are following in the footsteps of Ravi Rampal.
And what a footstep you want to follow. He has had a very distinguished career, is Ravi Rampal.
Yeah, he is. Presal has produced so many fine players. Ravi Rampal and Dinesh Ramdin retired last 2 weeks. He was certainly one of the other ones. Ranji Nanan another, and the man whose name is on this area that we're at, Inchanali Park. Inchanali, former West Indies player also. If you want to be critical of him, he's not making the batsman play a lot here, but Ware's also exercising good judgment.
Well, excellent judgment on behalf of Wes, but I would really love to see Faris Ali possibly just hone in, look at that back part of the batter video, just try and get a bit closer. One of the things that you want to do consistently is challenge the defenses both forward and backward on a consistent basis. Video.
Just like that. Much better this time from Ali. And it is a maiden over for Ali so far. It is going to be a maiden over at the end of it, and it's 2 without loss at the end of the second over.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
Back here at Inchanali Park in Presal, and if you saw that ad, the gentleman who was celebrating wildly, that is the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago under 17 team, Riyad Emrit, who led the Blue Devils to victory in the second edition of the Trinidad T10 earlier last month. Here is Agon again. Full toss this time. This one's not going to be going to the boundary, but they will get one. That's a good bit of fielding there by Raghudanan again. Just one more, so 3 without loss.
So early evidence video of the ball tailing back from Jason Agard into the right-handers, and that really sums it up when that field change was made in the previous over.
Yeah, one of the we'll talk a little bit about the pitch, but one of the conditions here that you have to work with as a batter and as a fielding captain is that swing you're going to get from outside the off stump into the right-hander, because the eastern side of the ground is very much open. That's it high. Oh, that's a good shot. That's going to go all the way. Yep, that's going to go comfortably over the boundary, pitched up by Agard, and he hit through that brilliantly for 6 runs.
So excellent shot here, hitting through the line of the delivery, and just as we were able wanting to have a chat about the pitch, there's a lot of evidence video that the batters now have that confidence that they could hit through the line of the delivery. So that's a wonderful shot from Morrison here. Where, my apology.
Well, he hit that very well. Adrian Ware hitting that one very well for 6 runs. Yeah, so powerful shot. And I think the crowd, really, there was a gasp from the crowd when they saw that one fly away. He's a big unit, isn't he?
He is a big unit. I'll tell you what, video, he has silenced everyone here at the Inchanali Park.
You can hear a pin drop at the moment at the Inchanali Park, because that was a shot of awesome power there by Ware.
And also a shot of authority.
He's batting about a foot outside of the crease at the moment, is Ware. So he is very, very pleased with the surface here at the Inchanali Park. just mentioned he scored in the Jamaica under 14 competition. He scored 258 against Central High in Clarendon. That was a massive one.
So Jason Agard commenting the Cardinals in here, bowling a no ball and offering who other than Ware afraid.
Well, let's see how he's going to go. He's not going to go full here. Maybe just go back to the hard length for this one. Well, that's hit towards extra cover. They're looking at the single, but they're not going to take that. And so the free hit goes unpunished here, but they did get the extra run for the no ball. And this is...
So I'm sure Coach Riyad Emirates video, he wouldn't want his team to be bowling extra deliveries and by extension extra overs. He will want to keep it, you know, to a 35 over contest.
No coach would want that. And Justin Jagisa is the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team, is just pointing out to the wicketkeeper Viren Bachu that Ware's batting way outside of his crease. So when he collects the ball, try a shy at the stumps. He was pointing that out to him because Ware was so far outside of the crease, and he was taking his time to get back in, but Bachu wasn't quite aware of the situation. Nice, lovely straight drive. That's going to go for 4. And Ware pitched up again by Agard, and this time Ware with awesome power hit that one brilliantly straight for 4.
So awesome straight drive from Ware. Look at it. Just caressed it past the bowler and the mid-off fielder, and it races to the boundary for 4. So Ware's really stamping his authority here at the Inshanali Park.
He's a big guy. Remember when the Jamaica senior team came in earlier this year, there was Leroy Lugg who really hits it hard, and he had some massive sixes here in Trinidad. He's about that size as Leroy Lugg, but I tell you what, there's a bit more finesse in his game, because just the way he played that straight drive and that lofted on drive a few moments before, there's a lot of subtlety also in his game.
But I tell you what, Vidya, Jason Agard has been guilty of over pitching, and it does happen, Vidya. As a swing bowler, you want to pitch it up there, and whatever seam or swing is on offer, you know, you want to capitalize on it. But because Ware's batting possibly 18 inches away from the crease, what he has done really well, he has negated that swing, and that ball is not being allowed to do its work. And he's getting right under the eyes of the batters who can hit through the line of the ball.
That's right, because the first ball, remember, would have started on the line of the stumps, clipped the pads, clipped maybe the bat on the way, and he picked up a single. There's an idea of how far out of his crease he's batting. Maybe just over a foot and a half or so. He's getting long forward, and he has very long legs also. So when he's getting forward, maybe a stride, he's maybe about 18, 19, maybe shortening the pitch to about 19 feet when he does that.
An important note that you brought up, Vidya, in that because of the height of this young man, Ware, Jason Agard might just be, you know, tuned to the fact that he needs to make subtle adjustments to his length when he's bowling to Morrison. Because of his reach, where, you know, it changes the length of the delivery in terms of if he can go back or stay come on the front foot.
That's right. Well, that was that. There is the several stands across the ground, and one of them for the parents and the groundsmen. There they are. And they actually have a big boom box, and they were piping all sorts of music across the ground earlier, keeping everyone entertained. Anil was on his feet doing his best Bollywood dances here before the match.
But I would like to say kudos to the entire ground staff here at the Inshanali Park here, Vidya, for doing a wonderful job in getting this facility ready for this opening exchange between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica.
To second that, they really did a great job over the last few days. Ali, has he taken the edge here? Umpire Willoughby says not out. Close to the edge that time. And taken by Bachu. Massive appeal by the Trinidad and Tobago team. Let's see what happened. I don't think there was any deviation. I didn't see any. I don't know if you did.
So excellent delivery from Fariz Ali, pitching that ball up, getting that ball to shape a bit away from the right-hander. Where was guilty? Morrison was guilty of playing away from his hand, from his body, and it goes through to the keeper.
Just long forward here, Morrison. Strapping, straight to gully, and that's gone. There's the first wicket for Trinidad and Tobago, and again Morrison driving away from his body, and that was well taken in the gully. Here's what's happened.
So Morrison opening the face and attempting that square drive video, only succeeded in finding Andrew Rambaran at that backward point position, and what a catch by Andrew Rambaran.
Yeah, good, well taken there by Rambaran. You expected to take those in such an important circumstance at this time.
So Fariz Ali draws first blood for Trinidad and Tobago. How important is this dismissal here? I think it's very
important. I'd like to ask you that, yeah.
I think it's important for Trinidad and Tobago to continue to make further inroads, because based on what we've seen from the pitch, there is some help for the fast bowlers, and the faster bowlers, they will want to try and extract as much help as possible before the moisture disappears from the surface video.
Yeah, certainly. And we talked about, we were going to talk a little bit more about the pitch itself. Yes, the pitch looks absolutely good right now. We did talk about that moisture because of the amount of time this pitch has spent under the covers over the last few days. There will be some moisture on it. This ground also is located on the side of a hill, so a lot of the water comes in here. The water table will be very high at the moment. Now that brings to the crease perhaps Jamaica's best batsman. Jordan Johnson is there, the left-handed batter. He was the only Jamaican named in the West Indies under-19 team for the World Cup earlier this year. This is the real article here, and Jamaica's produced so many amazing batsmen over the years, and this is one of the finest young ones to come out.
He's definitely one of the finest young ones to come out of Jamaica. And what's exciting times for West Indies cricket as well, Vidya, having, you know, someone like Johnson being part of that West Indies setup, that under-19 setup, and I'm sure he'll want to make an early statement here for Jamaica in this opening contest.
And Johnson also bowls his leg breaks, but that'll come later on. He's batting outside the crease here. He's facing up to Ali. That's a shot that will tell you that this man is in some form. First delivery, just drives it not maybe as fluently as he would have wanted, but straight down to mid-off without a run.
But what's impressive about that first stroke from Johnson, he just leant on that ball and it was smoked to mid-off.
Yeah, either side of him, that would have run away for 4. But Johnson, he's from Kingston. One of, I think, only 2 players from this Jamaica team are from Kingston. Wedderburn is also from Kingston. Oh, he's playing away from his body. And now this ball is going to tail into him from the right-arm bowler. And he just tried to play away from that. And some noises of disapproval towards him already.
Fariz Ali going wide of the crease on this occasion, Vidya, and angling the ball across the left-hander, possibly just guilty of playing away from his body too early in his innings here.
Well, I think there's, he's been, well, I'm not sure if this is a warning, but the umpire is just informing him about his motion forward. Not sure what that is about. It is definitely the danger area there. But those warnings tend to come for bowlers. Nice looking solid defensive shot. That one flew off the bat also.
So Johnson getting stylishly into line, just plays it back to the bowler. But Fariz Ali doing a magnificent job here for Trinidad and Tobago, giving nothing away, Vidya.
Yeah, he hasn't given away a run yet. He's bowled 11 deliveries already. Remember, the bowlers bowled a maximum of 7 overs. There's another important fact I know you want to mention to us here. Flicked away. That's going to run close to the boundary. But there's a fielder out at fine leg, so it's only 1 this time.
So Fariz Ali string on leg stop. That was just helped to that fine leg region where Jason Agar does the fielding.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual.
So Agon, after being punished in the last over, is going to bowl his third over here. And Trinidad and Tobago, I think they're going to push their bowlers to perhaps get those maybe 4, maybe 3 overs. There was a factor you wanted to tell us about fast bowling in this contest.
Well, news coming to us video is that the first seven overs must be bowled by the faster bowlers.
Very, very interesting indeed. You see at international level, you do see spinners open for in the 50 over game, but that will not happen here in this competition. A renewed emphasis perhaps there on encouraging or getting fast bowlers or improving on our fast bowlers in the 50 over game. Johnson is also batting 8 inches or so, maybe a little bit more outside of his crease. That is pleasantly hit towards cover region. And that's a nice stop there by Luke Alley for Trinidad and Tobago. But again, Johnson showing evidence. He is timing it superbly.
Well, he's showing what a wonderful player he is. Very compact indeed. And you look at that sublime timing. That just flew off the bat to Luke Alley. But we've seen a change in field for Jason Agard. There's the long off in position now.
Well, that's gone up into the air. I don't think Ali's going to get this. Just gone over his head. And Johnson gets away for a single, but that was dangerously close. Ali was backpedaling and could not get onto this. Let's see what happens here. How did he get himself into this tangle? Yeah, that maybe took the bottom of the bat and just over the head of Ali.
But Johnson seems to be beaten by the lack of pace. That ball just possibly stopped on the surface here video. So he was through the shot even before the ball came. And luckily for him, he was just able to clear the head of Luke Alley.
That's always one of the problems for players, especially youth players who play at different levels. Sometimes they play at against grown men. They also play at under 19, under 23 level. And sometimes that bat speed that you develop at the higher levels, when you come back down to under 17, it's still there with you. Got a delivery here from Agard.
But I also think as well, when you do a lot of batting against the bowling machine as well, Vidya, that sometimes you tend as a batter to play a lot early, and on a surface sometimes that might be too paced. That could be a bit dangerous.
Yeah, it could also, a lot of these factors. And better from Agard. This has been a much better over from him to Agard. He's made that subtle adjustment in his length as you have called for. But just to talk a little bit about the pitch. You talked about the pitch. Yes, there's going to be that moisture just below the surface, but maybe another half an hour, so that's all that is going to disappear.
Yeah, and what's happening now is evident that the cracks are going to start opening up here at the Inchinali Park video. And once the cracks continue to open on the surface, there's going to be a lot of drying taking place. And with the weather being as hot as it is, you know, that drying period is going to definitely take a lot of effect and a lot of moisture out of the surface.
Certainly would. Can't disagree with you there. In Inchinali Park, biggest ground in the Presal area. That's driven straight back to the bowler this time. Well taken by Agard on his follow-through. And that is a much improved third over here from Agard. None for 15 after his 3 overs. Jamaica are 16 for 1 after 5.
So the not all batsman, where he's on 12 from 16 deliveries. And the skipper Johnson, who just strode out to the middle, he's on 2 from 6 deliveries. So Trinidad and Tobago continue to bowl decent line and lengths here at the Inchinali Park, my apology. And from the early exchanges, the Trinidad and Tobago, they've arrested the scoring from their Jamaican counterparts. But it's going to be Johnson.
Left-handed Johnson facing up to the right-arm bowler in Ali, who's now going to be bowling his third over. So Agard has completed 3. Ali is now going to bowl his third over. And Johnson's from Woolmer's School in Kingston, Jamaica. And oh, that is beautifully played. An on drive of great authority, and that will go to the boundary. It's just going to limp across the ropes now. And that is an exquisite on drive for 4.
A shot with a lot of authority from Johnson, just leaning on that ball and hitting it through mid-on for a glorious boundary. But what I've noticed as well, Vidya, is that the Trinidad and Tobago skipper, he has not taken the opportunity to have that extra fielder outside the 30-yard circle, which he does have the luxury of.
Yeah, he certainly would have the luxury of that. But I think now there might be Orlando James is now going to go in that mid-on position. There was a mid-wicket in place, but that one just flew past mid-on. Now he's just in time that one. Back to the bowler. I was mentioning he's going to Woolmer's College in Jamaica. That is a school that has produced so many fine players. Jerry Alexander, former West Indies captain, of course. Ivan Barrow, Carlton Bohr. Garrett Breeze, also from that school. Patrick Harris, Jeff Dujon, who couldn't forget Jeffrey Dujon. Jackie Hendricks also there. And there are so many fine players to come out of that school.
A lot of West Indian stalwarts there.
Patrick Patterson has also gone to that school, and footballers Luton Shelton also came from that school. Peter Isaacs also. A lot of great sportsmen, and 1 or 2 Olympians there. Shelly Ann Fraser-Price, I'm sure you know that name. Also went to the school itself. Driven to cover. This one's bouncing off the hands of the fielder. Ali can't collect it, and that's going to be 1 here. That's the other Ali, Luke Ali this time, not cleanly stopping that one.
Fariz Ali pitching that ball outside the line of the off stump, a bit wide, and Johnson creamed that ball to backward point. Luke Ali making a partial stop, and it was cleaned up at the cover point region. So Johnson moves up by 1. He goes on to 7. That takes the Jamaica score on to 21 for 1 after 5.4 overs.
So Ali has done a good job here so far. 6 runs off his 2.4 overs. Would you suspect that you might see more after this ball, perhaps? An over each for each of these 2 bowlers? Well, you would see, if not them, it would be one of the pace paces to come on. As you said, first 7 overs must be bowled by the fast bowlers.
Well, we possibly may just see Orlando James coming in for over 2 here video.
Yeah, the young man out of Women Tobago. I'm sure we'll see him. And he is, what an exciting talent he is. His brother Joshua James has again been picked up by the Jamaica Tallowers in the Caribbean Premier League.
And he's also part of the West Indies developmental team as well. So he's out in Antigua at the moment preparing.
Yeah, that's for the academy level. That is the end of 6 overs, 21 for 1 at the end of 6. So 21 for 1 after 6 overs. Good start for Jamaica, just losing Siobhan Morrison, playing loosely away from his body. Caught at gully by Rambaran of Ali for 1. 14 for 1 at that point. Here's Agard. Oh, that's a nice stop there by Agard. This is going to be the 7th over of the innings. As you mentioned, there is that they must bowl the first 7 overs. The fast bowlers must bowl the first 7 at least here. And
so the 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle video is the 3rd man, and long off is also in position. So
Straight to the fielder. Going to be a run. Yeah.
So
So third
Johnson,
man in outside of the circle, and that long off in place also.
so it's mandatory that you two fielders outside the power play. After the 7th over video, 4 fielders are allowed from over 8 to 25.
Right, so that'll be the change. Another nice looking drive from Johnson through the hands of the fielder. Just going to be 1. There's the long off that we mentioned, and he's onto it very quickly. Sends a good return into Bachu.
So elegant off drive from Johnson, just playing that one past extra cover. It goes down to long off. He gets a single. That takes the score on to 22, and that takes Johnson on to 8. So where, with that intimidating structure video, he seems to be an enforcer.
Oh yeah, he could be an enforcer in so many different ways. But let's talk about the cricket for the moment. Yeah, he does have that intimidating frame. Maybe not like a Chris Gale. Chris Gale muscular. This guy's big. Certainly dominates the crease, and with that long stride forward, if you're just marginally off length here, he's going to put you away.
So there's absolutely no room for any kind of short delivery or over pitch deliveries, anything offline. This young man, where it seems that he will cash in at every opportunity.
Yeah, he looks very strong with the in the V. He's hit 2 really good shots already. And he's gone for another one here. He's going to get away from it, because that one did not carry to the fielder. He's just going to get 1. Didn't get all of that. False shot here from Ware, and TNT almost pulling a trick here on the Jamaicans.
Yeah, Ware just trying to muscle that one rather than just allow it to come to him. And you could see evidence video where the bottom hand took control when playing the shot, and that resulted in that ball spooning almost to that fielder at the long on position.
Yeah, very, very different, these two batsmen in their approaches, and this batsman would have done that. Oh, that one, he's left it high, and will that go for all the way here? That's going to bounce, and it's gone for 6 runs. What a shot that was. He's lifted that brilliantly over mid-wicket for 6 runs into the breeze.
Jason Higard over pitching on leg stump, and skipper Johnson really turned to that one, lofting that over that mid-wicket region for a handsome maximum. And what a wonderful shot from Johnson, video.
Well, I was heading towards Ravi Rampal's home up in the middle of Praise Sound there. That one was hit with some awesome power, but he really times that so well. 29 for 1 is the score. I think that that was a really great shot. So the 7 overs have now come and gone here, Anil, and so that means Trinidad and Tobago will be allowed 4 fielders outside of the ropes now. So let's see where those fielders are first of all before we go on. Now it's optional. You can use the 4, but you can also keep them in. So there's going to be a long on and a long off in place. And I'm not seeing, let's see, is there just those 2 fielders outside of the ropes? Yeah, here's a third one coming down to the mid-wicket region. Raghunanan has been sent out towards the mid-wicket region. Not all the way, as he's going back to the boundary. Correction there, to the cover boundary for the right-hander. So those are the 3 players on the boundary here. Now for the left-hander, let's see where he's gonna leave Raghunanan out at mid-wicket. Yeah, it seems that way.
Fariz Ali, with the field now being relaxed a bit here, video, but only utilizing 3 boundary riders at this stage.
Still allowed 1 more, so let's see.
I would be very tempted, video, to have an extra cover out patrolling that extra cover boundary.
Super, yeah.
Take the slip out. Take the slip out at this stage of the innings, and having stationed him at that deep extra cover position. But I guess skipper Justin Jaggis, he's seen something that possibly he can cash in on.
Driven through the covers here from Johnson's bat. They will get 2. TNT backing up well, just no overthrows. Another nice looking shot. Didn't really get, it wasn't as fluent as some of his other drives here today, Johnson. Ragunanan, just before that shot was played, moved from mid-wicket to a forward square leg.
So Johnson square driving that full wide delivery, but if this outfield was a bit harder, but that ball would have sped away.
They're appealing for a catch at the wicket here. And again, umpire Willoughby says that is not out. Maybe the sound of bat hitting the ground this time. Johnson, yeah, he's really enjoying his time out there.
So Johnson just guilty of, trying to go a bit hard. Video.
Yeah, you mentioned the fact that the field, you're not getting full value for your shots here. The rainfall has been so heavy here in Presal. We were treated to a light show here last week. Again, playing away from his body, Johnson. Yeah, we were treated to a light show here last week. There was heavy rainfall and there was thunder and lightning. In fact, I don't think there was enough room in the room behind us to hide from the lightning. It was scary at one point.
So Johnson might be well advised at this stage here, Vidya, just to possibly try and compose himself, a bit.
Goes for the single, just out back with a point. Yeah, so that's the easy run here for Johnson, the Jamaica captain. And we're heading up towards the end of the 4th over here for Ali. So Agard has bowled 4, Ali has bowled 4. They have now satisfied that requirement of 7 overs by pieces at the start. So where will they go to next year in terms of their bowling here, Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, they've got Joshua James if they want to continue with
Orlando. I guess,
Orlando
yeah.
James. My apology. They could go to Orlando James, or they could go straight to the off spinner in Ragunanan, Ricky Ragunanan.
Yeah, Ricky
they also
Ragunanan.
have the option of Rambaran as well, Andrew Rambaran.
Yeah, so one of the other pieces and some of the spinning options there. Flicked away. That's gone over mid-wicket. That's going to go all the way for 4 runs, I think. It's going to get close to the boundary. Gone over the ropes now for 4.
Having a look at where just picked that one and deposited over that mid-wicket region. It goes into the boundary for 4. And again, the skipper hasn't taken the opportunity, Vidya, to have 4 boundary riders. And to me, that was a free hit based on the fact that there was no protection out at that deep mid-wicket region.
8 overs gone, 37 for 1. Jamaica going along at 4.62 at the moment. So that's quite a healthy start here. Just a loss of Siobhan Morrison for 1. 14 for 1 at that point. Since then, Ware has continued along his merry way. He's picking up boundaries. Well, that is his first in quite a while. 14 of his 18 runs have come from boundaries. Johnson has hit some brilliant shots already. He's looking good, Johnson. And it's going to be James, the young man from Tobago. It is right-hander, right-arm medium fast bowler, the man from Women Tobago, 16-year-old, plays for Scarborough Mason Hall.
So what a wonderful talent coming out of Tobago, and hats off to the coaches who have been doing a tremendous job with all the guys coming out of Tobago.
This just 1 this time. Nice running between these two by Ware and Johnson. Johnson just pushing that one and immediately calling through for the single. James not the same pace as the earlier 2 bowlers.
But what is impressive with these 2 players, Vidya, they must have played a lot of cricket together, and that chemistry, that we're seeing in terms of their running, is really something to look at.
So it's going to be Joshua James to continue, and a lot of debate around Tobago players. Renewed interest in developing players in Tobago. James pulls out of that run-up. There was actually a series between Tobago players and Trinidad and Tobago players earlier this year, actually just a couple of weekends ago.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of having having looked at him at the Tobago T10 Blast video, and I must tell you that what we had seen from this young man, Orlando James, he's definitely someone for the future.
He definitely is, and man for the present at youth level, also a very good batter. We saw him play some wonderful innings in that Tobago T10. He hit the ball really hard. Tell you what, before I learned he was a 16-year-old, I tell you what, he was hitting the ball a long way at in Tobago at Sid Gray Stadium in Roxborough. And you can immediately see there are some ways in which they could improve and tweak some more pace out of him. The run-up certainly, he just maybe a little halting as he comes in.
Well, I think what Orlando James is doing at this stage here is really feeling himself here during this opening exchange here video. Not really extending himself too much.
Nice looking on drive here from Johnson. It's just going to be one. There's a fielder out there. And at this Cresal ground, it's a little bit unusual. It's much flatter from the southern end of the ground. When you're running in, it's a lot flatter. But the southern end, the northern end, in fact, where Orlando James is bowling from, it's a little bit more of an incline. So you're more running uphill as you're coming into bowl.
Yeah, it's a bit undulating, as we would say, video from that side.
Well, it's not quite the cockpit in Jamaica, but it is undulating here in central Trinidad. Maybe not as much in Jamaica as we know those hills, but all of this was cane land, sugar cane land at one time. This land cleared out and formed into a cricket ground, and has been the birthplace of so many fine national talents here in Trinidad and Tobago. And international talents, that's right.
He just seems to be a bit unassuming in his run-up video, but I tell you, he's got the ability to really slip in that quick one.
And I'm sure he'll try to surprise Ware with that. Ware still batting outside of his crease, just about that, maybe just about a foot now. Shorter one, which is pulled away by Ware. Just going to be one this time.
So Orlando James just testing the surface here video to see what's on offer.
Yeah, that one came onto Ware a little bit faster than he expected because he wasn't quite true with the shot. That one going down to long on rather than through mid-wicket where he was aiming at. Over comes to then, by the way, 41 for one. More spectators at the southern end of the ground.
So that's evidence that, he was beaten for pace with that delivery there.
That was the faster one coming through. And whenever there's cricket here in Cresal, there's always enormous support. As you can see, the older population here in Cresal, young at heart as we call them, they're out here looking on and they're wearing their masks, at least most of them. The mask mandate has been dropped here in Trinidad, so you're allowed to go in public. It's optional now if you want to wear the mask. I would tell you wear it, but I'm not the Ministry of Health.
But the spectators that you're seeing here video are die-hard, cricket fans here in the Cresal community.
Yes, they certainly are. They love their cricket here in Cresal. They love their cricketers also. But get it wrong and they'll get on your case. They know their cricket well here in Cresal.
So it's going to be a change. From the top end, it's going to be Ricky Raghunandan, the off-spinner. All up to take up the attack.
Yeah, it's Ricky Raghunandan. Plays for Queen's Park here in Trinidad, the top club in Trinidad. Plays for Hillview College in the secondary schools, and from Tacarigua in northern Trinidad. Here he is, the off-spinner. And that's played down the leg side, and if you're looking at his run-up and you're seeing Nathan Lyons, there's a good reason. He's a huge fan of Nathan Lyons. And he looks at him religiously on Facebook and picks up all those mannerisms.
And I tell you what, who better that you want to emulate as an off-spinner when it comes to cricket around the globe? Nathan Lyon, as we all know, video, has been a proven performer all around the globe.
Cut away by Ware. There's work here for James on the boundary. Does well, just one. It came so slowly to him. The outfield is rather heavy It's very slow, the grass. They've not been able to cut it as low as perhaps they would have wanted because of the conditions, and that favors the fielders.
And what it does also, it really slows down the ball from traveling out to the boundary as well when the ball is hit into the field.
Johnson drives, will get one. Down to long off, just one more. Skipper just doing it sedately here. And what has been impressive about this performance from Ware and Johnson is that there hasn't been much of a chance outside of that catch. Well, it didn't go to hand from Johnson. There hasn't been much of a suggestion of any chances for these two Jamaica batters. That's a nice looking drive. Just one this time. They're pushing for the second one, but Ware's sent back. Good bit of fielding and a nice throw back to Raghunathan.
So excellent feeling from that long off position. Kyle Ramdu making a lot of ground to his right and executing a pinpoint accurate throw back to the bowler.
Better delivery. Just pulled his length back a little bit there. A bit too full with the previous deliveries. This one pulling it back here well. Ricky Raghunathan.
But absolutely no evidence of spin on offer thus far.
Full toss, just a ring, but not going to be punished. Just one this time. Wide, long off the ball goes to. And so that is just another one here to him. We mentioned he's a big admirer of Nathan Lyons. He also follows closely Sunil Narain. End of the over, that's the end of 10. At the end of 10, it's 45-1. Small refreshment break. There's the Trinidad and Tobago camp. Riyad Emrit there, the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's still playing club cricket, Riyad Emrit. And what a fine servant of Trinidad and Tobago cricket he has been. And Riyad's still out there. Led the Blue Devils to victory, as I mentioned earlier, in the Trinidad T10 blast. Oh, that's hit powerfully. And that will run away for 4 through the extra cover region. And Johnson going on the offensive here, hitting that high over extra cover for a wonderful boundary.
Looking at James just over pitching, and that one is hit over that extra cover position. What a big man shot that we say in Trinidad and Tobago video, when you have that ability to hit that ball inside out over extra cover, and he's showing what a quality performer he is and really establishing himself here amongst his peers here.
Well, Kyle Ramdu is that long off position, and he had no chance of cutting that off. Better delivery here from James. Yeah, so it's a real challenge for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Yeah, they got the early wicket. They were buoyed by the wicket against getting the wicket of Morrison. But since then, these two Jamaica batsmen have blunted the TNT attack. And a real challenge here for the TNT skipper, Justin Jagisar. How is he going to prize out one of these two batters? Well, that's lifted high over mid-wicket. That also is going to run away towards the boundary for 4 runs. And Johnson has picked up his second boundary and 2 lofted shots, 8 runs off them.
Johnson again, and he races on to 29, and it takes the score really in the ascendancy here at this stage of this contest.
50 coming off for 10.3 overs, so 63 deliveries for the first 50. Challenge here for James now. Well, just 3 players outside of the 30-meter circle, 1 at fine leg, long on and a long off. They still do have the option of 1. There's the 4th player, right, here he is. Our cameraman just standing in the way of the deep cover fielder. And this one is lifted high over square leg. That will go, oh, that's a massive hit for 6 runs. What a shot here by Johnson. That is the best of the lot. And that has struck someone in the crowd. Wow.
Yeah,
it's landed in that area under the mango tree we were talking about. That is huge.
And appearing there was trying to take cover, but it still, got struck with that ball. So an excellent strike here from skipper Johnson. That one was helped on its way over that backward square region. He practically swept that ball video over that backward of square position there. And he had those people scampering for safety under the mango tree.
Well, expensive over here for Trinidad and Tobago. There, just to the right of where you're seeing the spectators, there's a car there. It was heading towards the car, and someone was scampering over to prevent it from doing so. Now, that's tirelessly played off the back foot for 1. Johnson's up to 36 now. And he's looking ominous here. And some wonderful stroke play in that last over. 11 overs gone. 60 for 1. Johnson's on the 36.
So Johnson continues to impress all of us here at the Inchinali Recreation Ground. And you know what, Vidya, some people have moved out of the area.
Yeah, that's where it was hit to, just to the left of that car. The ball was landing and going to, I think it was the owner of the car who was running across to prevent it. I think they may have sent the bill to Johnson afterwards.
So Johnson, the Jamaica skipper, Vidya, all praises to him. He's showing excellent technique here in both defense and aggression. He just seems to be really timing it really beautifully here at the Inchinali Recreation Ground, Inchinali Park, my apology.
Yes, Raghunathan. Oh, this is another one. This is on the pavilion. Bang, there it goes. Full toss from Raghunathan, high over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Johnson is putting on a show here at Inchinali Park.
And is it the case now, Vidya, where Johnson is beginning to intimidate the bowling attack of the Trinidad and Tobago team? He's practically tearing them to pieces here at the Inchinali Park here. But a poor delivery, having said that, from Raghunathan. Rank full toss all about that off stump, and Johnson needed no other invitation than to deposit it on the roof of the Inchinali Park here.
Well, there's a facility just behind us, and I tell you what, that bounced off the top of the stadium and went into the facility, so they'll have to get a new ball because they're not going to be able to retrieve that for some time. But if you're coming to the Inchinali Park, your cars are not safe parking anywhere within a street of this, because Johnson is hitting this ball a mile here. He's now found his range, and wow, what a display. 42 he is.
And he's scoring at more than a run a ball, and that just tells you how commanding this innings has been here at the Inchinali Park Vidya.
And Ware, who started so well, has been left like a pedestrian almost. 22 of 28, but Johnson, wow, he has been absolutely brilliant.
But all credit to Ware, what he has done brilliantly, Vidya. He's given Johnson that support, and when he's on strike, he's just working it away and allowing Johnson to express himself.
And express himself he has done. Raghunathan, first ball of his new over, full toss, and Johnson was really alive to that. So the margin for error for these Trinidad and Tobago bowlers is really very small at the moment. Deep cover, long on, long off, and a mid-wicket in place for Raghunathan. So that's going to go out to that deep cover position. Just going to be 1. Yesterday during the first one-day international between Trinidad and Tobago and India, we saw an innings of sublime quality from Shubman Gill. That was something to behold. And some of the timing here from Johnson. I mean, Gill is in a different class by himself, but Johnson has really timed it beautifully. And Ware has hit this one straight powerfully. That's only going to be 1. Ramdu is out there, and he makes the stop.
So Raghunathan just seems to be ruffled a bit here by the aggression both from Ware and Johnson, and this is where it all comes up, Vidya, where the likes of Raghunathan needs to keep his composure, and just eliminate what has gone before. and focus on his next delivery.
Easier said than done. Well, there's an appeal, but a rather hopeful one there from Trinidad and Tobago. Better delivery there from Ragunanan, and you really have to have a thick skin when you're a spinner, because you're going to have to accept you're going to get some punishment at some point. You might bowl your best and still get punishment. Just going to be one this time for Johnson, and that's one getting onto the back foot. In addition to your point that he's looked very good, Johnson, on defense and attack. Also, front foot, back foot, he plays very well.
Yeah, and what is impressive is the fact that if he's trying out to drive, you know, he really gets that stride, that huge stride out. So what he's basically doing, Vidya, is using the depth of the crease when going back and really accelerating when he's moving forward. So he's really changing the length of the deliveries.
After 12 overs, it's 69 for 1 Jamaica. It's expensive last 2 overs here for Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica have advanced to 69 for 1 after 12. Johnson on 44, and he's looking ominous here. Now there's another bowling change. Andrew Rambaran, I believe it is going to be coming into the attack for Trinidad and Tobago. Left arm orthodox, a player here, a player from Hillview College, also campaigns for Queen's Park Cricket Club.
So what a contest is going to be between Johnson and Andrew Rambaran. Rambaran would be spinning the ball into the left-hander, and I'm really excited about this contest.
And he's swept this one just out of the reach of Ali. That's just one. Well, that he went for, he was hesitating. He thought that one would have gone to hand, and that is almost a wicket off the first delivery with a sweep shot here.
So Johnson taking the initiative to go for that lap sweep, but just eluding Farizali there at that short fine leg position. So it's a shot that he would really want to get over the ball, Vidya, and take control rather than just trying to lap sweep that ball and not in total control.
Rambaran will take a note of that. Yeah,
so Trinidad and Tobago now, Vidya, is in a spot of bother because the scoring has really accelerated over the last 3-4 overs.
In fact, just before that, they got Jamaica 16 runs off the first 5 overs. They were going along at just about 3 and over. And in the next 5 overs, they picked up close to 30 runs. They were going along at 6 runs and over after that. This one's flicked away. There's a fielder coming in as he take the catch? Yes, he does. And Ware is gone. He's been kept off the strike for quite a while. And now Ware has perished, flicking on the onside, and Ramdu has taken the catch.
So a very smart catch from Kyle Ramdu on the long on position, moving smartly to his left. Morton traveling to that mid-wicket region and hauling in that catch. And what a breakthrough from Andrew Rambaran at a critical juncture in this innings here. Just when the Jamaicans was seeming to take control here, Trinidad and Tobago has made that breakthrough to stem the tide.
Yeah, he was looking to flick that one over mid-wicket for 6. Didn't get all of it. And that one was well taken by Ramdu. Raced around from that wide, long-on position to take the catch. And Ware looks absolutely disgusted with himself. Very unhappy as he walks off. He felt he should have done a little bit more with that.
Well, Ware would have been thinking to himself that he just flicked that away. And that was almost to the boundary. Had he put a bit more into it, you know, that would have sailed over. But congratulations to Kyle Ramdu executing in taking that wonderful catch at that long on position. So a timely breakthrough here, Vidya, from the Trinidad and Tobago outfit.
Well, the left arm orthodox bowler is just bowling. He's just getting it to move away slightly from the right-hander there, and Way was hitting slightly against he was hitting against the turn, and that would have been responsible for maybe that getting the ball not quite off the meat of the bat, maybe just off halfway on the meter, so to speak, not carrying to the boundary. But that'll bring Johnson back on strike, and he's up to 45. He's just a hit away from a well-deserved half-century here, which I believe will be the first of the tournament. Wedderburn, in the meantime, has come out to join him. Stephen Wedderburn out of Kingston. Nice-looking drive by Johnson. It's half-stopped. Just going to be one.
So excellent timing again from Johnson here, just caressing that ball through that extra cover region. Luke Ali, with a valiant attempt, wasn't able to make that stop. He partially stopped it, and Johnson was able to move on by one. So he takes his personal score on to 46. That takes the Jamaica score on to 72 for 1. And the 13th over is just not yet finished, Video.
Yeah, and there were shades that they weren't quite dealing well with the left-arm orthodox bowler. There was a false shot by Johnson early in the over. He was almost caught, and then hitting against the turn where he was caught on the boundary for 23. Wedderburn, he is another one of the left-handed batters for Jamaica. Oh, that is a lovely straight drive. Some work here in the outfield. They're going to look for two here. But Agard was across to that and made the stop. They didn't pick their fielder at all, the Jamaica batsman, because Agard is very much left-handed. So he had to run round that, and that's where they could have attempted the second run. The over has come to an end after 13 overs, 72 for 2.
But I'm sure the think tank of the Jamaican team, they will be taking a lot of notes here, Video, in terms of sending vital information out to the middle in terms of where they can exploit the weaknesses of the Trinidad and Tobago fielding outfit.
Daniel Prentice, one of the outstanding young photographers in the business. They're doing his business out in the outfield. There's the netster's back there, so not the safest place to sit at the moment, but he's quite experienced. He knows his position, and there with that, is that an SLR camera out there? Those can pick up great detail from that distance. Anil?
Wouldn't want him anywhere close to my house.
I'm not sure what kind of legal or illegal activities take place there. 72 for 1 after 13. Wedderburn, another one of these left-handed batters for Jamaica. Full toss, driven straight past the bowler, just one this time. And you can't bowl full tosses to these batters. They look so composed. That was another lightning fast drive.
Yeah, excellent timing from Wedderburn, just caressing that ball to long on. But Raghunandan would want to really stitch a couple of deliveries here together, you know, and try and stem the tide.
Johnson will get one straight to the fielder this time, but no urgency in the running here for these two batters at the moment. The coaches have been asking them to push the fielders and at least try to look for a second run.
And it's important, if you want to try and get that second run, Video, that you really motor along for the first one, and once there's a bubble, you turn and you go away.
Both of these batters play for the Lucas Cricket Club in Jamaica, a club that was formed back in 1895. They play at the Lucas Cricket Club grounds, so these two know each other's games very well. 22 and 55 on their backs, so the running should be a bit better between these two.
But then Coach Riyad Emirates, you know, it's important that this Trinidad and Tobago outfit continues to pry out wickets. You don't want the likes of Johnson, you know, to really stay out in the middle for any extended period of time, because I tell you, he's got the ability to hurt you.
Mistimed drive and taken by the bowler. Famous players who have played for the Lucas Cricket Club include Frank Worrell, George Headley and Chris Gale. What a list.
Say no more, Video.
Straight to the fielder again. And better bowling here from Raghunandan, but you get the feeling that these two are just waiting to punish anything that is a bit short. 74 for 2 after 14 overs.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport.
Rambaran continues, run off the first delivery. Majority of the runs have come straight of the wicket here, which has been an improvement for Trinidad and Tobago. In the previous overs where that flurry of runs, that flood of runs came, they were going over mid-wicket, over cover all of the time. So they're getting the batsmen to play in the V at the moment.
But I'm a bit worried at this stage with the slip still in place. I would really, be taking the opportunity to take the slip out of position and try and strengthen that area in that umbrella fielder in the offside, and ask Andrew Rambaran just to bowl outside the line of the off stump.
Wedderburn eager to get after the bowlers here. That one driven out to cover. Boy, he really looks a picture as he gets powered. Everything nicely in line. A nice push drive, and that is a good stop. Nice dive, and it's that Raghunandan who's done it. Yes, he is. Ricky Raghunandan does a tumbling stop.
Yeah, so Wedderburn timing the ball exquisitely here.
Faster delivery there, and Wedderburn was equal to it. Didn't look in any. He picked that very well.
Yeah, so picking Andrew Rambaran arm ball very, very early as well.
Better. He's pulling the length back, Andrew Rambaran, and Trinidad and Tobago started to pull a little bit of control back here, but these two batters are looking to get after everything. After 15 overs, it is 75 for 2.
But what is important as well, is for the likes of Raghunandan now to come to the party and bowling partnerships. So here we see the Jamaican contingent here, having a blast here at the Inchinali Park.
Oh, they're enjoying themselves at the moment. They weren't last week when the tournament started, and that earlier this week, I should say, when the tournament started. It is Saturday here today, and they were not. They were looking a bit disconsolate. There was no cricket, but now that the cricket has started, they're looking very comfortable at the moment. Here's Raghunandan again. Full toss, hit into the pavilion. Is it going to be caught? Yes! It's taken by James on the boundary. And that was hit straight down the throat of Orlando James, who's taken the catch here. And that is the end of Johnson. He's gone. He's out for 48, misses out on the 50. But that one was there to be trashed over the stands, which he did earlier, straight down the throat of James.
Johnson possibly trying to muscle this ball rather than time it possibly losing his shape. Definitely the timing was not there. Hitting the toe end of the bat and getting it out to Orlando James at the deep mid-wicket boundary. So what a wonderful strike here from Raghunandan to get rid of Johnson here. That could be, a very telling blow where this contest is going.
It certainly is. So Johnson gone for 48. Jamaica have lost 2 wickets for 5 runs. And the current score at the water break, 75 for 3 after 15.1. So we're returning just after the water break, and what could possibly be a big turning point in this game. 75 for 3 Jamaica, first ball of the 15th over, and they lost their captain Jordan Johnson, caught on the boundary by Orlando James for Ragunanan 48, and he mistimed that one. It was a full toss, and he mistimed it and hit it straight to James, who took the catch competently.
Yeah, proper execution of the manner in which you take those boundary catches there. Full of confidence is Orlando James.
Barnes in for Jamaica, facing up to the off spinner here for Trinidad and Tobago. So there's still a slip in place. Barnes is another one of these big units here for this Jamaica team.
But with two new batters out in the middle of it, one would think that skipper Jagisa would just be tempted to bring in like that extra cover fielder.
Oh, they're stumping there. There's an appeal for a stumping, but his back foot was clearly in the crease, according to umpire Imran Mokan of Guyana. He says he's not out. Decision made quickly. Yeah, he has a massive reach, doesn't he?
So I would be tempted if skipper Josh and Jagris to bring that. Oh, so that stomping opportunity there. Very, very close indeed. Just possibly got back in the nick of time there.
Yeah, it was very close, and he was reaching. I tell you what, every inch of elasticity in those leg muscles was being exercised there to get back in. Full toss. Oh, he's dropped. Short extra cover position, and that was headed. A nice diving attempt, and you can see the fielder still lying on the ground. Put it down, but that will count more as a stop than a drop catch by Andrew Rambaran.
Yeah, full toss from Ragunana, and Andrew Rambaran made an excellent effort. That was traveling like a tracer bullet. You know, he threw his frame. Unfortunately, those catches have to stick with you.
So Bounds, the man out there from Manchester High School, plays his cricket in Manchester parish, located in west central Jamaica in the county of Middlesex. And Manchester, have a few friends from that area. We have a Manchester United supporter here who's in our commentary, who's in the technical team, so he loves the fact that Manchester has been mentioned. But this is Manchester, Jamaica, but he doesn't mind that at all.
But what I'm seeing now, a video from skipper Justin Jaggi, so what he's done is creating a trap at that extra cover region. He's got a short extra cover, and he's put himself at that wider extra cover position. So it seems like the off spinner is being asked to, you know, just slow the pace up a bit and ask these guys to hit through that extra cover region. Possibly, you know, they could send a catch to any one of these attacking fielders here inside that circle.
That's right. Jamaica going with 3 left-handed batters in a row here. There's the area. That's where the ball went a few minutes ago. Another one of these areas just wide on the eastern side of the ground where families, I think there's a little bit of a rock there, and the parents and the child just having a look on. Almost like a tailgate party, isn't it, out there watching on here at in Presal. Driven straight to the fielder again from the bowling of Rambaran. So Rambaran and Ragunanan, since they've come on, Jamaica have lost 2 wickets for 5 runs here. So a possible chink in the armor, some room here for TNT to try to pull things back.
And as we was alluding to, Justin Jaggi has put himself at that short extra cover region video.
Yeah, he has. He's pulled himself out of the slip, but there's still a slip in place in Fariz Ali. So Jagisa, that's the position that the catch went and was put down in the last over. Full toss though. Not a full delivery, and Jagisa does well to make the stop. Former West Indies under 15 captain. Good team spirit on this Trinidad and Tobago team. They've kept their belief despite that flurry of runs.
What they've done impressively, video, even being under the pump, you know, you could have seen that, you know, there was still a lot of energy out there, you know, and they weren't deflated at any point in time.
Faster delivery there from Rambaran. Held his head after watching that one thud into the bat, but Wedderburn was equal to that.
For a moment he felt like he was through him.
Yeah, Weatherburn very stylish. Barnes, they're three really good left-handed batsmen for the Jamaica team. They will cause some serious problems in this competition, I can tell you.
They will indeed.
End of the over, by the way. 17 overs gone, 76 for 3. Weatherburn on 2. Barnes on yet to score. And that's the pavilion side. Or what shall we call that, the pavilion side? That's the southern end of the ground, just to the left of the side screen. And the crowd building up there all the time. People in Presal love their cricket. It's a small area, and it's produced so many test players. And almost like Barbados. Barbados has more test players per square kilometer than anywhere in the world. Presal has done something like that. That's wide. In my mind, that might be the first wide of the day. We haven't seen too many of those extras. Just 2 before? Yes. Straight to the fielder. That's the position there that Trinidad and Tobago have employed, using Rambaran. And that's the position where the catch went down in the last over.
Impressive from skipper Justin Jaggis, just telegraphing exactly what he wants his bowlers to do for him.
Oh, almost slipped that under the bat there. And he played all over that Barnes.
Barnes was guilty. His head was all up in the air, and he was driving away, not looking at the ball at no point in time when executing that drive. So playing, getting his head above.
It's allowing this one to go outside the off stump. So coming around the wicket here, Raghunandan just trying to pitch it on that off stump, getting to turn away, give the batsman something to think about. With this, a lot of left-handers in this Jamaica team. Not a bad option to have, Raghunandan. Now it's more flighted. Well stopped there by Rambaran. He's an excellent fielder, isn't he?
Well, I think he's a complete package when it comes to cricket. A video, he can bat, bowl, and you can see the energy that he brings to this Trinidad and Tobago outfit. Yes,
Raghunandan has kept things a lot tighter here. The scoring rate has gone down to 4.26 now. And just to review what has happened between the 10th and the 15th over, Jamaica picked up 30 runs. Oh, that's a faster one. Just trying to get the Yorker in there, but that was just outside the off stump. Good delivery, good thinking there by Raghunandan.
But very impressive from both Rambaran and Raghunandan. What they've done in the last 6 overs, they've not only taken wickets, Vidya, but they've stemmed the scoring rate as well. And with a lot of dots being stitched together here now, one may think that, a big shot possibly is on the way very soon, if the scoring doesn't take place.
In the last 3 overs, Jamaica have scored 1 run, and they have lost 2 wickets. That's how tight it has been. So it continues here, this drought of runs that Jamaica found themselves in, and the loss of their captain, Jordan Johnson, has had a big effect on that. TNT have started to pull things back and add some pressure finally. Wedderburn, it's a better length here from Rambaran. He and Raghunandan have done very well to pull things back in the last 3 overs.
Yeah, Rambaran is bowling just on about that off-stump line, not giving anything away.
A bit shorter this time, but Wedderburn can't get it past him. So still, this drought of runs continues.
But I'm predicting a big shot is on the way here, Vidya.
There might be, in terms of that big shot. Looking to get some runs here. Depends on how much pressure that these 2 batters feel at the moment. Yes, TNT are getting a lot of dot balls, but if there is that sense of composure, they'll hold themselves back. A bit faster here from Rambaran. He has a good arm ball to go with it.
So it's really tight stuff here for Rambaran. Tightening the reins here on the Jamaican batters. And this one is driven out to extra cover, no run.
That's another maiden over here. So in the last 4 overs, Trinidad and Tobago have kept Jamaica down to 1 run. So that's 1 run off the last 24 deliveries, and they've taken 2 wickets. So after 19 overs, 76 for 3.
Well, the Trinidad and Tobago outfit, they have done an excellent job in stemming the tide of the flow here at the Inchinali Park.
I'm sure these would be very pleased, wouldn't they?
Well, I'm sure they're very happy, and I'm sure they're having some sumptuous lunches as well.
You sound a little bit hungry as you say that. I think they are having some lunches there, but the Trinidad and Tobago flag showing off very proudly there at here at Inchinali Park, and it's going to be Ragunan to continue. And straight to extra cover again. So still the run scoring is not happening here for Jamaica, and Barnes has been kept quiet. He's still not out on not yet to score of 12 deliveries. And now he's gone for a big shot. He's looking for that shot to get off the mark.
Yeah, so he's looking for that release shot, Vidya, trying to crash that ball through that backward point region, but it was too close to him to execute.
Now he's going to get a run. He's off the mark off his 14th delivery, and Barnes is off on 1. That one's square driven. That is the first run we've had in some time here. So that is only the second run we've had in the last 4.3 overs.
So very impressive comeback from the Trinidad and Tobago outfit. You know, really sticking to their guns and sticking to the basics as well.
So what these two batters, Barnes and Wedderburn, have not been able to do, that Johnson and Ware did a lot better, was to pick the gaps and to pick those gaps and pick up the singles readily. And he's gone for the big shot again here. Has Wedderburn. He's feeling the pressure at the moment.
Well, he's feeling the pressure, but he's doing absolutely nothing to change anything, Vidya. One would have think that Wedderburn possibly would have changed his guard, try and get a bit outside the line of the off stump and try and work that ball into acres of space on the leg side. Do something different. Show some intent at least.
Yeah, so he's played out the over at the end of 20, Jamaica 77 for 3. Rambaran continues. Yes, so just in the last 5 overs, Jamaica getting just 2 runs. 2 runs for the loss of 1 wicket in the last 5 overs. Huge pressure here for the Jamaica under-17 team. Has he taken the catch? Yes, he has. That is the 4th wicket to go down. And now in the last 5.2 overs, that is a good catch by Ali to his left side. Picked it up well, and that is the end of Barnes. Barnes is gone here, and the 4th wicket is down for Jamaica.
So excellent catch here from Faris Ali. What we'd say, an agile piece of fielding here from Faris Ali at that first slip position there, snapping up that ball millimeters away from the ground, and Trinidad and Tobago continue to make further inroads in this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup.
Yeah, it is a good catch. Look at this. Just got his hands underneath it. Now he is right-handed, so that helps. Got straight into that right hand, took it well, and claimed the catch there. So that is the 2nd wicket for Rambaran. Ragunanan has also taken the wicket of Johnson. Ware went down to Rambaran also. So now Jamaica in all sorts of trouble. They've now lost 3 wickets for 7 runs. So in a little bit of a slide here as the spinners have come on.
So the spinners have done a wonderful job in the last 6 overs with really stemming the tide, and more importantly, they've been able to pick up wickets in a timely manner. And with the scoring rate not going anywhere, I'm not surprised at all that brought about that dismissal.
So the new batter is Trevon Williams. Williams, another one of these tall and powerfully built Jamaica batsmen, and he's a right-hander, gets a run off his first delivery.
So Williams driving through that cover region, gets a single.
Wedderburn back on strike. Oh, he got himself in an awful tangle there. And there was almost a chance at a run out at the non-striker's end, but Wedderburn didn't seem to know what to do with that one. I think he was aiming to sweep it initially, premeditated the shot, and almost got caught out by the arm ball.
Well, he almost got caught out because of the fact that he didn't pick the length of the delivery early enough to execute.
Driven straight out to Ali. So look at the field here. There's a slip in place. There's a backward point, a short extra cover, and cover point in place here. And it's kept it quiet here for TNT. Wedderburn is struggling here, so coming up to the end of the over, Wedderburn 2 runs of 29 deliveries, and Jamaica 78 for 4 after 21.
But more importantly, Vidya, you've got to look at the contribution of Andrew Rambaran coming to bowl at a critical juncture where the Jamaicans was really flowing our attack to all parts. He came into the attack in collaboration with Raghunanan, and what they've done extremely well is stem the tide, and they were able to pick up some vital wickets in the last 7 overs.
So the 2 spinners have tightened the reins of control. Raghunanan has bowled 6 overs here. Now remember, the bowlers can only bowl 7 overs. So Raghunanan bowling his last over here, 1 for 17. That's a good delivery once again. And bowling to Williams at this time, Trevon Williams.
So Raghunanan will want to finish very strongly here. But it's been an excellent comeback in the middle overs of this innings here, Vidya.
Can't get the single this time, and has been very good. And he was under the pump because Johnson had hit him onto the pavilion here. But then when he tried to repeat the shot, he was out, caught by Orlando James. So good composure shown by the off spinner here. Looking for the single. Well, that was good fielding by Rambaran again. He is very, very quick.
So Williams looking for an impossible single here, Vidya. Where was he going?
I think he hasn't picked that Rambaran is very, very quick indeed. Maybe other fielders you could have thought about a single, but not Rambaran.
But Wedderburn was having none of it as well.
Oh, he didn't move. He looked like a statue. Faster delivery here from the bowler. And Raghunanan, we mentioned that he's a big admirer of Nathan Lyons. He's also a big admirer of Sunil Narain, the Trinidad and Tobago off spinner, is young Ricky Raghunanan. Flight to delivery, hit that on drive. Just a 1 to Trevon. He likes the variations that he's seen from Sunil Narain, is Ricky Raghunanan. I think there's a fielding change. Jackie Sah has now removed himself from backward point, and he has gone to, let's see where he's gone to. He's gone to an extra cover position for the left-handed Wedderburn. Long forward is Wedderburn, and this is what he's done throughout. That is his 30th delivery, 2 of 30 deliveries for Wedderburn, and it has brought to an end the spell of Ricky Raghunanan. His 7 overs, 1 for 18. Good returns for the off-spinner here for Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica 79 for 4 after 22. So here's Andrew Rambaran to continue. Left arm round the wicket here, and with the right-hander now on, he's changed the angle of attack for 1 run resulting. So that's Williams up to Williams should be up to 3 now, 79 for 4.
Andrew Rambaran choosing to go round the wicket, change the angle. James was able to just get that ball past Andrew, attempting a diving stop, was unable to haul it in. Williams move on by 1. That takes his score on to 3. Jamaica 80 for 4.
Jagisel allows this one to run through to Ali, so no run resulting. But here's how it's gone so far. In the last 7.2 overs, Jamaica have scored 5 runs. Oh, that's edged and dropped short of Ali, but he does well to get a hand to it and stop it from getting past him. But Jamaica found no answer to the spinners here for TNT. Rambaran is in his 6th over, 2 for 6 his figures so far. Well, that was a full toss, and tell you what, that's been driven away well, but the outfield is very, very slow, and they only get 1 this time.
And it's evident that the Jamaica batters, they love the ball coming onto the bat, and with the pace that these spinners are bowling, they're struggling a bit in terms of trying to create that pace to get the scoring.
Williams has looked a lot more astute since he's come out. Barnes was having a few problems getting the ball away. He went for 2, caught by Ali at slip. Let's just look back at the anatomy of this collapse here, as that is the 6th over in the books here for Rambaran. At the end of his 6th over, his figures 2 for 7. But Jamaica were going along so well. 14 for 1, they lost Morrison. Then there was that 56-run partnership between Ware and Johnson. Ware started with 2 powerful shots, and then Johnson took over. His 48 was absolute class. Just mistimed a shot which he was aiming to hit over mid-wicket. He went. And then the struggle started. He went at 75 for 2 in the 15th over. After that, since then, Jamaica have gotten 6 runs in the last 8 overs.
So wonderful job by both the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. But it's going to be a change. It's going to be Kavir Budasing from the far end. So skipper Justin Jagisel ringing the changes here at the Inchinali Park. And with the left-hander still struggling in Weatherbird, my apology. He's decided to go with that extra off-spinning option that he's got up his sleeve.
And certainly has the off-break bowler from El Dorado East here in Trinidad. And former Trinidad and Tobago on the 15 player. This pulls out. He's going round the wicket here. Is Kavir Budasing. Big fan of Virat Kohli and Brian Lara. Not too bad batsman to try to emulate. And that one will Virat Kohli not here in the Caribbean with the Indian team. I know a few fans were disappointed. They had hoped to see Kohli, but what a game it was yesterday at the Oval between West Indies and India.
It was a mouth-watering contest.
Nice looking on drive here for 1. They will push for the 2nd run. Oh, but there's a slip at the other end. Williams slipped as he was trying to turn, so the 2nd run disappeared after that.
But excellent intent, from the batters, trying to take advantage of any run that may be available to them in the event of the ball not holding.
Yeah, that game yesterday, West Indies, who seemed powerless to get past 200 in the previous 4 or 5, won the internationals, gone up over 300. And they were 3 runs away from the best chase ever at the Queen's Park Oval. That's how close they were. Works that to the right of the fielder, and Rambaran can't make the stop, so they will get 1. They won't go for the 2nd run because Ramdu is there to clean up that misstop.
So Andrew Rambaran diving away at that extra cover position. what a wholehearted cricketer is Andrew Rambaran video. He gives 100% on every occasion.
As the off spinner gets ready to come in, the best chase at the Oval was 272. West Indies versus Pakistan. Foolish delivery, and just going to get one here. And that was all the way back in 1988. So the West Indies in a losing battle, getting just 3 runs short of that India innings of 308 was really good in the context of matches at the Oval.
But compliments to the ground staff at the Queen's Park Oval as well in creating a belter in terms of a pitch.
It certainly was. It certainly was. Not if you're a bowler, it's a good time to pull a hamstring just before the match. But nobody wants that, of course. Everybody wants to play. Voodoo Singh, very different off spinner from what we've seen from Raghunanan, who bowled his 7 overs on the trot. Bit faster through the air, more direct.
Yeah, it just seems to be a lot quicker through the air than Raghunanan.
Ooh, that was fast. Was that a stumping chance that went begging there? That was very, very close. 24 was gone. After 24, Jamaica are 84 for 4. Here at Inchinali Park in Presal, Jamaica, after a lightning start, have been pulled back to 84 for 4 inside 24 overs. And the last over, with 3 runs coming in that over, that's the highest scoring over they've had in 9 overs. So 9 runs have been added in the last 9 overs for Jamaica. They've really struggled against the spin attack here of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, it's pace back on. It's Justin Agard's going to bowl. He's bowled 4 overs, none for 23. He went along at just under 6 an over. The current bowlers, I think they've left Rambaran with 1 more over, if I'm not mistaken. He still has 1 over to go.
But I'm a bit surprised that we've gone back to pace at this stage of the innings, having the likes of Kanhai as a spinning option.
And immediately, Wedderburn looking more confident as he's playing this one out towards Jagisar. But 5 of 36, I'm sure he won't exactly be too happy about this innings afterwards. But he has kept one end tied up for Jamaica at the moment.
But the coaches of the Jamaica team, they will want him to start a step on the gas.
That's better from him. Just playing it a little bit later on, pushing it into the gap and picking up the single. Previously, he was playing the ball a little bit earlier and getting the ball out to the fielders. Now just waiting a little bit and playing it into the gaps.
But he just seems to be a bit more at home against the seamers video. With the pace on board, with the pace coming on, he just seems to be a different player altogether.
Williams has 4 of 12. He's retaken his guard, the right-hander. And very bright sunshine and not a hint of any clouds around. Northern side of the ground looks an absolute picture at the moment. That's not how it's been for the last few weeks. It's been a lot of dark clouds around. Not this time. But the metaphorical dark clouds are still hanging over this Jamaica innings. Ooh, he's pulled out of that. Thought about playing of that to the left-hander, but pulled out at the last moment.
So Jason Agard pulling out that cutter delivery, that like spinning delivery that he's got, like the left arm orthodox. You roll the fingers across the seam here, video, and Williams was beating all ends up here. Yeah, looking for pace on the delivery, but that one just pitched and spun away from him.
Oh, he plays at this one again. And it's a 35 over contest to where After this over, we are into the last 10 overs of the Jamaica innings. That one was paced back on. So Agard starting to mix it up a little bit here.
And it's important to not become too predictable here, Vidya, with his pace, because you can be lined up by these batters.
Ooh, Williams looking for the big shot here. He's been under pressure, 4 of 14 deliveries. Yeah, it's just hitting across the line of that one. He would have been more advised to hit that over extra cover.
So Jason Agard executing that cutter delivery to perfection there. Williams guilty of playing a bit too early.
In the air, just wide of the fielder. He should get 2 here. Williams turns. Oh, they decided not to go for it, and I think that was the better decision, because I don't think he would have gotten back in time.
But I think it was a bit of poor running as well in terms of the judgment of the second run. You know, they were like not prepared to take on that second run.
Yeah, they have gone in a shell. We haven't seen a double run in this innings for quite a while, and that's going to end off the over here. So after 25 overs, Jamaica under 17s are 86 now. 86 for 4 in the last 5 overs. Jamaica have gotten 9 runs and they've lost a wicket.
So excellent comeback from the Trinidad and Tobago unit, really coming to the party in terms of the middle overs, stemming the scoring rate.
Budu Singh continues. Yeah, and Williams here just forward, long forward to it. And with Budu Singh, unlike with Raghunanan, who is bowling at a slower pace and looking to get more grip off the surface, Budu Singh is just firing it in. And you'd be better advised just to play him in the V, more like a medium pacer.
So Williams trying to muscle the ball, and what he's doing really is losing his shape. And his timing has also deserted him by trying to muscle the ball as well.
Yeah, that's what pressure does, and good pressure applied here by Budu Singh. Too wide outside the off stump. I wonder if there was, yeah, there's a wide signal by umpire Willoughby. Great to see the umpires from around the region here. Mukan from Guyana and Willoughby from Barbados. Willoughby was also here for the Women's Under-19 tournament. That's a better looking drive, and he will get 1 this time. He's just hit it very powerfully, so that's why they won't even think about the second run. But the umpires from around the region getting the chance here will be possibly here for maybe his 3rd week in Trinidad.
Having officiated in the Rising Star Under-19 women's tournament.
USA winning that one.
Quite handsomely.
Looked pretty good. Now, nice looking on drive here from Wedderburn. And he will get 1. They're looking for the second run. They decide against it. He's up to 7 now of 39 deliveries. He really has struggled. And here, Wedderburn.
So I don't think it's a time to panic in terms of Wedderburn. You know, he could still, you know, step on the gas, you know, going forward in this innings, having spent quite a considerable amount of time.
Ooh, was that a stumping chance gone there? Bachu did not collect it cleanly. And I don't think that Williams had his foot behind the line there. Ooh. Yeah, the back foot was coming back in. Now he's hit this one powerfully back past the bowler, and he couldn't get a hand on that.
So Williams trying to get a move on here.
Yeah, he was in. Just seen for a moment that the foot had just come off slightly, but well played there. So Jamaica now starting to get that scoring rate back up. 3 runs and the wide in the over. So 90 for 2 after 26 overs. That is the latest score here in Shanali Park. So the first ball of the 27th over, 90 for 4, no runs scored. Wedderburn on 7, Williams on 7, and collectively these two batsmen have scored 14 runs of 61 deliveries. That's been the problem here for Jamaica in these middle overs.
Well, it has been a problem for the entire region where batters are unable to score, and that's very troubling.
Yeah, the inability to turn over the strike. We saw a bit of that with the West Indies yesterday. It was a lot better in terms of the performance yesterday, but collectively at the regional level, yeah, it's been a problem that many have talked about.
Yeah, and I would really love to see these batters and take innovation as one of their ways of trying to combat the rotation of the strike video.
Williams long forward to that one. Didn't quite get to the pitch of that one. That ballooned in the air, but not carrying to the fielder, Budu Singh.
So at this stage of the innings video, it's evident that the wicket is starting to grip a bit, because Jason Agard has been able to just roll his fingers on the ball, and it has really slowed it down a bit.
Yeah, that's what you'd want to do at this time. Just mix up your pace, mess with the timing of the batters. Hit in the air and away from the fielder. That's going to be one. And the fielder was at that short extra cover position. That went straighter, and the chance is gone there. But that is, you could see he's mistiming the ball again. Taking the pace off it is Agard.
Yeah, and Williams is guilty of trying to moss the ball here at the Inchanali Park rather than just keep his composure, stay as still as he can, and try and hit through the line of the delivery.
Yeah, he's playing very, very early here, Williams. Wedderburn, 41st delivery and 7 runs. Don't think he's going to be pleased with this, but this is the first game. These guys have not played cricket in 2 years. They haven't played a lot of cricket with the COVID-19 break. First match for them. Many of these players would have played at under 15 level the last time they played. So it's 2 years lost developmentally. Looking for the single, and they should get it comfortably here. Oh, that wasn't far away. They will get a second run. Chance at a run out at the bowler's end, and Agard's dropped it. He wasn't in the best position, Agard, and they've gotten the second run pretty comfortably in the end.
But excellent feeling from Rambaran, moving like really smartly to his left there and holding in that ball. Jason Agard might be well advised to get behind the stump on that occasion video.
Yeah, he wasn't. I don't think he was aware that it was a. First of all, he didn't really. He wasn't. He was ball watching basically. He was looking like Harry Maguire there from Manchester United, just ball watching a little bit. But eventually, when he got alive to the situation, then he realized there was a second run. And he didn't get back in time, and that's why he wasn't in position to receive the ball, and the chance at a run out went. 27 overs gone, 93 now for 4. 8 overs still to go here for Jamaica, so there's still the opportunity for them to get something in the region, about 150.
Yeah, with 48 balls still to go. If you go at a run of ball, you're going to get yourself anywhere to that 140 mark, but I'm sure the coach will not be happy with 140 on that pitch, because there's evidence that that is a belter as well. The ball is coming onto the pitch really nicely.
To get 150 in 35 overs, you need to score about 4.28. Jamaica's scoring rate is 3.44 at the moment, so they'll have to get a scoring rate in the region of about 5 for the rest of the innings if they are to get up to that 150. So it's a tall order, and that will demand that Wedderburn and Williams change their approaches and pick up those doubles. There should be 2 on here. Well, the fielders across it very quickly. Oh, now there's the 2. There's a collision. Oh, wow. Miscommunication there. They're going for the 3rd run. The ball has been called dead. There's a collision between the 2 fielders. And they've gone through for 2 here, but there might be an injury. I'm not sure who the 2 fielders are, but there was no communication. Look what happens here, Anil.
Yeah.
I think they were both looking at the ball, and look at that. Oh, yeah, shoulder into the side of the head, And I think Rambaran got it. He apologizes immediately. His shoulder hits straight into the face of the fielder coming in.
And that's Kanai.
Yeah, Kanai has taken a blow to the back of the neck here. Wow, he's down for the count at the moment.
Yeah, he seems to be a bit fuzzy at this time.
Yeah, the physio is out at the moment. There is an ambulance on, and the medical staff is on at the moment. And yeah, that I don't think there was much communication between those two.
No, they just ran into each other there. But more importantly, he's back up.
He's still down at the moment right now, just out of your picture. That was the incident once again. Rambaran pulled out immediately, and Kevin Kanai, he was, I think Rambaran suddenly realized that Kanai was coming through. He tried to pull out of it, but too late, and his right shoulder hit Kanai in the neck and the side of the head.
Yeah, so he was struck a painful blow there by Rambaran that floored him, Vidya.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten back up yet, and And this was the situation. Look at that. He went down. Rambaran apologizes, but he also took a serious blow. And Kanai tried to get up, and he was back down.
And one wonders if that concussion test will come into effect here, Vidya.
It will have to come into effect here. They'll have to check him out and see if he's okay to continue, because any blow to the head has to be checked.
So the medics are outside there assessing the situation there with Kanai. But one hopes that he will be fine.
And there are a couple of the parents. You can see one of the parents out to the left here is just inquiring about his health. I'm not sure if that's one of his parents, but they are checking on the health here of Kevin Kanai at the moment. The left-hander and the leg break bowler from Trinidad and Tobago. He's back up now, so that's a good sign. Now here's the concussion test being administered at the moment. And they're asking him a few questions. What ground are you at is one of them. What was happening in the game? What can you remember what happened just now? What happened the ball before? Those are some of the questions they will ask him. And I think he's going to come off at the moment.
Well, I think that's about the best decision, Vidya, because you will want him to come out and really compose himself before he takes the field, before he goes back onto the field. But not the kind of sight that you want to see on a cricket field, Vidya. You know, when these clashes take place, you know, sometimes it could be really, really dangerous to the players.
Yeah, it is. And luckily, Rambaran pulled out of it at the last moment because he was aware. But Kanai didn't see him coming at all. He was blindsided. He's not only looking across to the western side of the ground, but so he's just intent on picking up the ball and throwing it in. Rambaran came out of right field and struck him there. Yeah, so he's coming off, and look, you can see where he got the lash, just in the back of the head. He's applying the compress to that right now. 3 medical staff members are around him, and that's great to see that the medical staff, they were out there in a flash.
Yeah, and that's why it's important to have, you know, a medical team on spot, especially when cricket games are going on. Video at any level of the game, you want to see an ambulance and a medical team present at the ground. It's very, very important because it can be fatal at times, these clashes.
So, Rambaran, so he's off now. Here's Kevin Kanai. Can he continue in the game? There he is. He's still shaking his head as he's coming off. And he's going to head into the pavilion now. The medical staff closely behind him and checking out to see if he's going to be all right. And that is the best thing for him, to stay out for the rest of the innings, perhaps, if not the rest of the game. So 2 runs scored, 94 for 2. Wedderburn 2, Williams on 9. Well, I think the umpires have ruled that it's just 1 run. That's caused a bit of a concern here because they were going for the 2nd run when the injury happened, and they had attempted a 3rd, but they were told that the ball was dead at that point. But I think it's just 1 run they've gotten. Well, he's gone for a big hit. I think that's a bit of a controversial moment here in the game.
It is a bit of a controversial moment because the batters were almost close to the completion of the second run video. So one would have thought that 2 runs would have been accredited to the Jamaican score, but the coaches are having a go.
Edged and gone through the vacant slip region. That's going to run close to the boundary here. And that has gone. It's not going to go into the ropes. Meantime, they have gotten 2. If this game is decided by 1 run, that's going to be extremely controversial.
Well, it's going to be a talking point for the rest of this tournament video.
It would be if it comes to that. Of course, if Trinidad and Tobago can chase this down comfortably, it's going to be a moot point, but I really think that should have been 2 runs there for Jamaica. Well, he thought about the single, but there's a very tight cordon on the offside, and they've kept it down. Well, it's a dot ball. End of the over. At the end of 28 overs, Jamaica on 97 for 4, a lengthy over because of the injury to Kevin Canhai in the over.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
Welcome back, and 28 overs, 28th over now, and 29th over, excuse me. So from the 29th to the 35th over, Trinidad and Tobago will now be allowed 5 fielders in the outfield. That's because we're into the last 7 overs of the game here. So 28 now, the scoring rate at 3.46. So Jamaica will have to score 53 runs to get up to 150 in the last 7 overs.
So Wedderburn and Williams will have a huge task here to take them up to that 150, 160 mark.
Off the pads, they will get a leg by here. So 1 more to the total. So more urgency shown by these 2 batters. And Wedderburn, 9 of 42 deliveries. Williams has gone past him some time ago, 12 of 30. So the partnership between these 2 are now up to 21.
So no signal from the umpire, so it's 1 more.
Yeah, maybe an edge onto the pads there that time from Wedderburn, because there was a stifle appeal also. And Agard is now is bowling his last over here, just 5 balls. So he was very expensive in his first 4, 24 runs off his first 4 overs. Now in the last 2.1 overs, he's just conceded, I make it 5 runs.
So he has had an excellent second spell.
Swept that away. That's a nice looking shot. They should get 2 here easily, as the substitute fielder Ratcher is across to this one. And that's going to be just 2. Ratcher on, of course, because of the injury to Kevin Canhai. Ratcher from George Village in South Trinidad, product of the, well, from Rio Claro actually, product of the George Village Forest Reserve Cricket Club.
And I see one of our very good friends smiling.
Yeah, well, Caraman is actually a member of that club. Is that a wide? No, it's not. A little bit too wide of the crease. 100 is up here for Jamaica, 100 for 4.
So the coach is getting very animated just at the back of us here video.
I think they felt that one was a wide. And Williams batting in his crease now to Agard. Uppish drive. Behind square. There should be 2 here. Rambaran gets the throw in. This could be gone. Yes, that's going to be close. Yes, he's given him. It was a really good bit of fielding by Rambaran. A pickup and throw in one motion. And he was caught short there, Williams. Well, that was really the product of a wonderful bit of fielding. Look at that. Got rid of it very quickly. Nice flat throw, and the keeper did the rest.
So a pinpoint accurate throw from Rambaran, Andrew Rambaran. What a athlete he is, picking up and throwing in one motion and executing that run out.
So 100 for 5 now, Jamaica, and they've lost the wicket of Williams. He was the man who was looking to take the game by the scruff of his neck, but now he's out. He's going to be replaced by the other Williams in the lineup. This is Xavi Williams, the man from Westmoreland, and he's going to be out there to do battle for Jamaica.
So Trinidad continue to make further inroads into this Jamaican batting lineup here, picking up wickets here at critical junctures. And the scoring rate has been at a pedestrian pace in the last 10 overs.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Yeah, it certainly has been. And when the wicket went down in the 15th over with the captain Johnson going for 48, that's where the turning point came. It was a massive inflection point because there was a dramatic fall in the scoring rate for Jamaica, almost resembling the right side of the Eiffel Tower. It just went straight down, and they've gotten 25 runs in the last, 13.4 overs. That's how dominant TNT have been during this period.
So the likes of Raghunanan and Andrew Rambaran, they have done a magnificent job bowling in the middle overs of this innings here. They really done an excellent job, not only in stemming the tide of the run flow, but also picking up vital wickets at crucial times of the innings as well, Vidya.
One Williams replaces another. Xavi Williams facing up now, the right-hander. Well, that one a little bit faster than he expected, and that is played back there to Jagisar. I'm sure Jagisar must be so pleased with how his team has responded to his calls here, the way they pulled things back.
Well, Jagisar himself needs to give a lot of kudos as well, because he's done extremely well in leading this outfit.
That is powerfully hit down to long off, just one. And that should be the end of Agard's spell here. Yeah, that is the end of Agard's spell. None for 32 off his 7 overs, and that brings an end to the 29th over here. 6 more overs to go for Jamaica, 102 for 5.
So Jamaica would really need to put their foot on the gas here. Both these batters, both Wedderburn and Williams, they have a huge responsibility to take in this Jamaica total anywhere within the 140 to 160 mark. So at this stage, it would really take some lusty blows to get to that total.
Yeah, it certainly would. If Jamaica continue at this current scoring rate, they will add 21 runs. So they should get up to 123 or so. If they can get it up to around 4 and over, they could get it closer to 130 or so.
Yeah, one would hope that they would want to post anywhere between that 145 to 155 total video. I think that will give them an excellent chance, to having that score on the board to defend.
With 6 overs to go, you feel that Budu Singh will bowl out the rest of his overs here. This one is hit powerfully down the ground, just one in it, straight to the fielder. And I'll tell you what, Ramdu didn't have to move very far. That was hit with some serious space behind it.
Yeah, full pitch delivery from Kapil Budu Singh. And that one was really trashed down to long off. It was traveling like a train of bullet, but it went straight to Ramdu, who made an excellent stop.
A runner ball here for Jamaica for the rest of this innings will give them 140 to fight with here at the Inchanali Park.
Well, I would think that would be a pass score video. They would want to at least get another 10 or 15 to that score, possibly anywhere within that 150 mark.
They've gone for a run here. That's well done by these two batters. Oh, there should be another one. Bit of kill. Oh, they haven't gone for it. Well, I think the problem was that what has happened here is that Xavi Williams has run past the crease by some margin, and he was not able to take the second run when it came.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Jamaica, they didn't seize the opportunity to get that extra run. Poor cricket on the part of Raghunanan.
Yeah, I think the throw was behind him, so he couldn't catch up with it. And he wasn't backing up in the approved position. In the air, it's not going to carry to any fielders. But they should get 2 here. There should be 2. There might be a run out at the keeper's end. That's good running. And Williams did well to respond, but I wasn't sure about that bit of running. He was just standing in the crease looking to see what would happen. Luckily, he was able to get through for 2.
Well, Wedderburn did that expertly, just chipping the ball over the bowler's head, and that allowed them the opportunity to come back for that second run video.
Wasn't a full-blooded drive, so it just barely got out of the circle, so there was always 2 on. Good fielding here by Budu Singh. Hit powerfully back. Wedderburn up to 12 now of 45. He's going to have to get a move on. Williams has been very positive. 4 of 4 since he's come in.
Well, Williams is showing a lot of intent, which is required.
And this one is hit towards the extra cover region over the head of Jagisa. And they get 1. Jagisa, he was wrong-footed. He was going one way, and then when he tried to turn, he was staggering as he tried to turn and couldn't catch up with that.
And some untidy work from the wicketkeeper as well, Viran Bechu. Took his eyes off the ball at the critical moment when it's just about to get into his mitt.
His mitt, you say?
Yeah.
You've been around those baseball gloves too long. Played square straight to the fielder. Oh, there's a slip. And now they get 2. The fielder committing the cardinal sin there. He was looking to see what the batsmen were doing, and the ball slid past him. Also, the spin with the second bounce didn't help him at all.
Yes.
The over comes to an end after 30 is 108 for 5. Last 5 overs of the 35 overs a side match. This game reduced to 35 overs a side after a late start to the game. Due to start at 9:30, we started at 12:30, and Jamaica went off to a really good start, but they've been pegged back in the middle overs. The 10 overs section just getting 11 runs off it. Here's Rambaran back. Excuse me. This is high up into the air. That's gone. I think that one's gone all the way. It's high over cow corner for 6 runs, and that is hit exceptionally well into the strong breeze here in Presal.
So Wedderburn taking the aerial route and depositing that ball over that cow corner for a maximum. So Rambaran not making a good return on his second spell here. His first ball disappears over cow corner for 6.
They should go for 2 here. They're going back for the second one, and they should get there comfortably. So 8 runs off the last 2 deliveries. Wow, that is so much better here. And this scoring rate is starting to shoot back up once again. It's up to 3.82, 116 for 5, 8 runs off the first 2 deliveries.
So excellent start to this over for Jamaica. Wedderburn taking the initiative to go after the TNT bowlers.
Here's another run played in towards that mid-wicket region. So 9 runs off the first 3 balls, and with 4.3 overs to go, now we're starting to see Jamaica starting to apply some pressure. Just to go back earlier, 75 for 2 after 15 overs. The next 10 overs, Jamaica got 11 runs and lost 2 wickets. And then in the last 5 overs before the start of this one, 22 runs. So their scoring rate is starting to pick up once again. Better looking drive here from Williams. He's going to get 1, and I think he's been the catalyst here. 5 of 5 deliveries.
Well, from the moment he stepped out onto the field with it, you could have seen that intent, and I think that has really, really helped Wedderburn now, to start motoring himself into his innings.
And from Westmoreland, from Home Technical. And Wedderburn has pushed this one to the mid-wicket region. They're going for 2 this time. I think he would have been run out that time, so he's called for just 1. These batters, I was asking before if any of them had done track and field. Just one of the players had done some track, but the rest of these players have been cricketers all the way through their lives. This has been the best over of the innings, bar that expensive over earlier, but Rambaran has ended off his spell, and his figure's looking a little bit worse for wear. But after his 7 overs, 2 for 19, nothing wrong with that at all.
Well, I'm sure Coach Riyad Emirate would take that any day of the week from Andrew Rambaran.
Yeah, 7 overs, 2 for 19. Ragunanan also bowling well, 1 for 18 off his 7 overs. So where will Trinidad and Tobago go for these last 2 overs? Agard has also bowled out his overs. It could be, we could see the off-break bowler, Budu Singh, bowl out his overs, but we are going to see Ali is going to be back on here. Fariz Ali, the Napri College student, is going to bowl his last couple of overs here. There is one of the streets here in Presal. I don't think that big house on the right that's not Dinesh Ramdin's house, is it?
I'm not sure, but yeah.
Yeah, Ramdin I think doesn't live in that region, but Rampal and Ramdin still live in Presal here, the former West Indies players. Ramdin calling time on his international career 2 weeks ago. Rafi Rampal still very much in the fray.
Yeah, so excellent camera shot for our cameraman.
The man from George Village in Trinidad.
Shock the barrel, John.
Well, it's actually Darrell is his middle name, in case you were wondering. Last 4 overs, 120 for 5. And that was the best over for Jamaica since, I think it was the 13th over when they really started to get a move on. So
it's
good fight back here.
So it seems that Fariz Ali would be given the opportunity to finish off here for Trinidad and Tobago with 2 overs allocated to him.
This one is hit well straight. That could go for 4. And it has gone for 4. What a shot there by Williams. It was pitched up and he hit that brilliantly back past the bowler.
Yeah, excellent shot from Williams in the zone, as we say. And he executed to perfection here. A lot of muscle here. Hitting it straight as an arrow. Beating Rambaran to his left. And it goes into the boundary for 4. So excellent start to the over from Williams here, taking on Fariz Ali.
Well, the long on and a long off in place here. Ali has pitched that one up. A little bit shorter this time, and he's hit it. Well, I think he's hit his own player, has he not? They're just going to get 1 here. I think, has he hit the non-striker? I think that's exactly what's happened. So the scoring rate, which has been under 4 for quite a while, is now up to 3.99. That was hit so powerfully, I think that came off the pads of the non-striker.
I think it also ricocheted off the bowler as well, Fariz Ali, because he seems to be limping as well, having been struck a painful blow. So the medic is being called on here.
Yeah, it wasn't the non-striker, excuse me. Yeah, it was the bowler. He got his hands across to it. But apologies here, we are square on at the cover point in terms of this ground. So that appeared to hit the non-striker, but it was the bowler who made the stop.
So a painful blow struck by the batter here, Williams. Fariz Ali seems to be in a lot of discomfort here, video.
Yeah, Weatherburn 23 off 50, Williams 12 off 9, and he has really been the catalyst for this fight back for this Jamaica team on the 17 team. They haven't won this regional under 17 title for over a decade now. The last time I understand that they would have won the title, Fabian Allen would have been an under 17 player. He's in his just about 10 years ago.
Well, the Jamaican offered the entire team, and Ting Tang, they will want to put that right for there. And, they're really struggling at this time in terms of their scoring, but compliment to Williams and Weatherburn. In the last 3 overs, they've gotten possibly about 20 odd runs, in the last 3 overs. So encouraging signs at the back end of the innings video.
So for concern here for Fariz Ali, who I think he maybe in trying to stop the ball, it cannoned off his left boot, as you can see here, maybe just around the ankle region, in that soft area between the heel and the metatarsals.
Yeah, so I'm sure that that area would be very inflamed with that impact video. Possibly some tissue, tissue in that area might be affected by being inflamed.
Yeah, well, that is the foot that he's going to. It is the left foot, so it is going to be the foot that's landing down. So we'll see how that affects him as he's about to bowl. He's still just stretching it and trying to see it.
No, what has happened here, Vidya, with the loss of Kanhai, with that collision with Andrew Rambaran, Trinidad has been starved of that the third spinning option as well.
That's right. The other thing is, it didn't appear that they were going to use him at all because it was so late in the innings, and Buddha Singh was going well at one end, but they brought Agard back at the other end. Agard was bowling his spell.
But what must have contributed to that as well is that at the early exchanges in the Jamaican innings, there were a lot of left-hander at the top of the innings as well.
Exactly. Edge, and that's cloned straight to the player at short third man, and he's taken the catch, and that is the end of Weatherburn's very long vigil here. He is out for 23, and Ali, despite the injury, has claimed the wicket. And look at the short third man fielder just to the right of your picture. He didn't have to move too far, and that's straight into his midriff, and that's the end of Weatherburn's time at the crease. 125 now for 6.
But a team in from Weatherburn on this occasion, trying to really accelerate the scoring, hitting the outside edge, and Luke Ali taking a simple catch at that short third man position. So Jamaica lose their 5th wicket, 6th wicket at the score at 125.
So Weatherburn caught Ali, bowled Ali 23. So 126-25 now for 6. Weatherburn came to the crease with the fall of the second wicket, 70 for 2, and he leaves with the score at 125 for 6. And he has held things together here, but I'm sure he will want to review how he would have gone about his innings here. Wasn't quite able to pick up the singles, as I'm sure that he would have hoped to during his long innings of 51 balls.
Well, I'm sure he would be pleased enough to have spent a considerable amount of time going into the other games in this tournament. I would honestly think, Vidya, that the time spent out in the middle might be very valuable.
Oh, he's edged it and gone! A wicket, 2 wickets in a row here. And Edwards is gone without scoring. First ball, and that has gone through to the keeper and taken by Bachu. And Ali now is on a hat-trick.
So lovely away swinger from Fariz Ali at the back end of the innings. Just touching down on that 4th stump line. Moving a tad away from the right hander. Nicked it, and it goes into the... goes through to wicketkeeper Viran Bachu, who takes it very comfortably. Jamaica are really sliding here at the Inchinali ground here, losing their 7th wicket at the score at 125.
Right, 125 now for 7. We saw 2 hat-tricks in the women's under-19 tournament. Are we going to see one here in the first game being played here in the CWI Rising Stars under-17 championship round 1 match? Remember, this game starting late, reduced to 35 overs aside here. And Jamaica going off to a great start, 75 for 1. The loss of the second wicket caused a real slide, and now 2 wickets and 2 balls here. Rion Edwards is out there, and let's see who's gone out to join him. It's Tamari Redwood is out there, the man with number 10 on his back.
But if it's any one of the Trinidad and Tobago deserves a hat-trick, it's no other than Fariz Ali Vidya. He's bowled extremely well, and he's bowled consistent areas, just on about that off stump.
Well, the man from Kingston has a job on his hands. First, to prevent this hat-trick. Here's Ali into him. And he's let that go. It's a good ball from Ali. He's not going to get the hat-trick, but he gets 2 wickets in 2 balls here, and that is an excellent over from him. So his figures now 3 for 19, and off those 5 overs, he still has 1 to go.
So what a wonderful bowling effort from Fariz Ali thus far, claiming 3 wickets in the piece here at the Inchinali Park.
In Shanali Park, and these 2 Jamaica batters, Redwood and Williams, they have a real task on their hands here. A runner ball from here will give them 18 runs. So that's just about 143. So that they're a lot closer. Initially, they would have felt that they would not have gotten to the 150, but that's still very much on the cards now.
Well, with Williams batting as well as he is, I'm sure that if he's able to really get some lusty blows in, you never know that scoring rate could get anyway above that 150 mark. Video.
Yeah, Williams named after the former Barcelona midfielder Xavi Alonso. Not Alonso, sorry, Xavi. Xavi Alonso played for Real Madrid. Barcelona fans would want to have me Xavi Hernandez, yes. In Barcelona, I might have been stoned for that. Yeah, he's named after Xavi of Barcelona, but it's pronounced Xavi by his teammates. So I'll go with that. Xavi Williams. What's that, a wide? Well, that one.
So we've seen the return of Orlando James.
Good situation for James to come back in with Jamaica under some pressure here. He was under a lot of pressure earlier when he was taken apart by Johnson in that what was his last over.
So Orlando James will want to do justice.
Just one this time, and really Williams has done brilliantly here. Jamaica in a position where they were really being starved of runs, and he has looked very positive since he's gone out, and he fired up Weatherburn, and they put on a nice little partnership there during that period.
Well, I'm hoping that Redwood, would have taken something out of what had transpired recently, and take to the bowlers as well.
Straight to the fielder. They forced the misfield. And they're now going to get a second run. That's good running from these two Jamaica batters. And they will get 3 now. That is very... Oh! He's gotten back in. He's dropped the ball. James was not able to make it. And Jamaica have carved out 3 out of nothing here.
So Raghunanan, the culprit here, Vidya, throwing the ball away unnecessarily.
That's the first treble we've seen run on this ground. The ropes have been brought in because of the wet outfield, so it's made the ground a bit smaller than it normally is. But that was excellent running here by these two batters.
But a comedy of errors here.
Edge, is he taking the catch? Yes, he has. He's gotten under it. He's been given out. Bit wide of the crease. He went after it, and that is a brilliant catch by Bachu. Look at this. It was going towards first slip. Oh, yeah, he got the toe end of it, and Bachu just took it in front of it. Will drop short of first slip, and he took that catch well. And Williams is gone for 13.
So what a blow for the Jamaican batting unit here, losing Williams at a critical juncture here, Vidya. Because when you look at what he had done recently, Williams, he was trying to string partnerships together with the lower order here. But unfortunately, he has perished chasing after a wide delivery, one that he possibly might have just left alone and, get a wide.
Yeah, I think that would have been a wide, but it got the toe end of the bat. I tell you what, but that was a good take by Bachu because it was dying on him and it was away to his right, and he took it well one-handed. So in now for Jamaica is their number 18. That's Deshaun James from St. Elizabeth, plays for St. Elizabeth Tech, and he is in now as the number 10 batsman for Jamaica. So playing a miss to start off.
So very important now, Vidya, that the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack be clinical in ensuring that this Jamaica lower order, is cleaned up very quickly.
129 for 8, so just 2 wickets to go here. Off the pads, they're going for the single. That was down the leg side. James to James that time. Often you see that.
So it's the James show here, the Inchinali Park.
And it's come to an end for the moment. So after 33 overs, Jamaica 130 for 8. So just 2 overs to go, 12 balls. If Jamaica can get a runner ball here, that will be 142. And those guys have not had too much work to do here since play has started. It's been a wonderful day for cricket here at the Inchanali Park in Presal. And that's the ground staff there. You can see that they have a speaker up, and they were playing some lovely reggae music earlier today also.
But a well-deserved rest of those guys. Those guys have been working, tirelessly for the last week and a half to ensure that this facility, was bring up to standard for this tournament. Unfortunately for them, the rain came down, and ever so often, they had to be pulling off and taking on those tarpaulins, which really takes a lot out of these guys.
Ali, who was injured in the last over, picked up 2 wickets, and here he is now to bowl what will be his last over. And straight back to the bowler. He was looking for the single there, James, but the man from St. Elizabeth saw it back in the hands of the bowler.
So tried to be a bit cheeky with a tap and run, but only succeeded in hitting the ball back to Fariz Ali, who made a timely stop.
The fielders inside the circle are at short third man. There's a backward square leg, a point, and an extra cover. A swing and a miss here, and just another dot ball, and Ali has done well. 5.2 overs, 3 for 19.
So what excellent returns for him at the start of this regional Rising Star Under-17 tournament. Would love to see him add another wicket to that bowling column there, Vidya.
Oh, another good delivery. Just gone for the hard length here outside the off stump. And really, James has been unable to deal with this.
So I'm sure his teammates will just want him to make some contact and rotate, try and get as much as possible in the remaining balls that are available to the Jamaican.
His teammates are shouting to finish strong to him. Well, it's beaten the bowler. They could get 2 here. No, they decide against it. That was good anticipation there by Jagisa, the captain, running from extra cover in what would have been a mid-on position to do the fielding and preventing them from getting the second run.
So excellent leadership here again from Justin Jagisa, leading by example in the field. Patrolling that high traffic area at the extra cover region.
Straight to third man. There could be a run out here. Well, he's missed the stumps. And they will get a second run. Oh, that one hit the stumps. That's going to be close, but I think he's going to be all right. Well, there was a third run on offer. Well, I think James was just petrified by the fact that the stumps had been broken, and he was unable to. He was just rooted to the spot. There was a third run on offer.
Yeah, he couldn't react to that at all.
Here's how it happened. Here's the throw coming in. He's going to be grounding, and well, we can't tell from here, but it was very close. But it was what happened after that. I think he was breathing a sigh of relief and didn't see that the ball had ricocheted and gone away, and they could have gotten the third run. Edge, and yes, he's caught behind, has he? Umpire Willoughby says.
Umpire Willoughby will.
There was a big sound. It could have been bat on ground. Well, the umpire, I think he's going to find out if it carried, but there was definitely a big noise. What's he going to ask here? Let's see, was there an edge first of all? Yep, big deflection. We did the ball carry. Let's see what the umpire says. There was a massive deflection, and I think, yep, big edge. Well, looked to be clean, but I don't think it's going to be thing. Let's see what he says. Nope, the over is come to an end here. So Fariz Ali's spell has ended. 3 for 22. Nothing wrong with those figures at all.
Very impressive from young Fariz Ali, leading this bowling attack here for the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack.
Well, once again, here it is. Now, you can see that appears to my eye to be a deflection there. But the thing is, if you consult, it means you know it play. So why?
But I think the clarity is whether it had dropped before.
Yep. So that done, he's bowled them. So James has claimed a second wicket with the first ball of the last ball of the innings here, of the last over of the innings, and James 2 for 24, and he has cleaned up his namesake here.
Yeah, James trying to work that ball into the mid-wicket region, playing across the line of flight and having his middle pole knocked back. So Jamaica lose their 9th wicket here at the Inchinali ground here. The score 133 for 9 at the end of the 34th over.
So E.J. Spence, the off spinner out of Westmoreland, he will be in as the last man here for Jamaica. And Jamaica now in danger of not batting out the 35 overs. 34 for 1 in the search, and these wickets have come in the search for runs here. They've gone after the bowling, and from 125 for 5, Jamaica are now 133 for 9. So they've lost 4 wickets for the addition of 8 runs.
What has happened? Because they were going nowhere in terms of the scoring video. The batters that followed, they didn't have an opportunity. They had to go hell for leather, because at one point in time they were scoring, at a very, very low rate.
Well done, EJ. Well done.
And EJ picks up EJ as he's called. EJ Spence plays for Black River High School, and he's picked up his run 1 off 1. So he's brought Redwood back on. Redwood has 5 off 4. 4 balls to go here for the Jamaica innings.
So 140 still on the cards here, video.
Yeah, 140. Will it be enough for this Jamaica team? They'll have to bowl very well. I think you mentioned that would be about a par score here on this ground. Oh, he missed out on that one. There's actually no player inside on the offside. The fielders are at backward point and extra cover, so there's a massive gap. Any sort of push in that area will bring you 2 runs.
Well, any sort of contact whatsoever will bring him at least a single.
Down the leg side, that's a wide. That's exactly what Trinidad and Tobago would not have wanted. But James String here down the leg side. His figure's 2 for 26. He's come back well, but it's been very expensive. His economy rate will take a beating here after facing up to Johnson, who was absolutely rampant earlier.
But Coach Riyad Emirates would be very, very pleased with this bowling effort in terms of not having given away a lot of
Looking for the second run. There could be a run out here. Yeah, I think he's gone. That's going to be close. The umpire said, yeah, I think that's it. Jamaica have been pulled out here with 2 balls still to go, and that is the end of Spence. Spence has been run out, and he is out for 1. That is the end of the Jamaica innings. They've been bowled out of 34.5 overs, and Trinidad and Tobago will chase down 137 for runs for victory.
So after a blistering start for the Jamaican openers as well as Johnson, their innings have really tailed away after the loss of Johnson, and Johnson has shown us that he's definitely a cut above from what we have seen. He's an elegant player, video, and he's showing all the signs that he's got a big future ahead of him in the game.
48 for Johnson, 23 for Ware, 23 for Wedderburn, and those are the main scorers for Jamaica. As for Trinidad and Tobago, 3 wickets for Fariz Ali, 2 for Rambaran, and a wicket apiece for James and Raghunanan. That's how it's ended here, and Jamaica will have set Trinidad and Tobago 137 for victory, and we'll return in about half an hour or so for the run chase. Welcome back to Inchinali Park here. It is CWI Rising Stars Under-17 Championship Round 1. TNT chasing 137 for victory. Here's James. And Justin Jagisa and Kyle Ramdu, the opening batters for Trinidad and Tobago. The required rate, as you can see there, 3.91, under 4 and over. So Trinidad and Tobago have a lot of time to get this here. Is the weather a consideration? Because we've seen only blue cloud here at this Inchinali Park.
Well, the weather has been really fantastic today, Vidya. And one wonders that, we'll hope that it continues not only for today, but for the rest of the tournament.
Yes, it will. So 3.93 and over from this point on. 137 is not a huge total here. If Jamaica really were to put this game beyond doubt, they would have had to get maybe in the region of 5 and 6 and over to challenge Trinidad and Tobago. But if they bowl well, they can get back into this game. They need a couple of early wickets.
And it's important as well to get wickets in the power play overs as well.
Jagisa is just playing his way in here early, just allowing those first 3 deliveries. Now James is bowling from the southern end of the ground, so the breeze is coming towards over the shoulder of Jagisa as you're looking at it at the moment, from right to left from the other picture. So there will be that tendency for the ball to swing away from the right-hander here. And you can see the motion there, just taking it away from the batter.
So the breeze will definitely help James to get that ball to shape away from the right-hander. What you need to do is get it a bit closer. Possibly started on about that middle stump, and by the time it gets to the batters, it would be on that off stump line.
This one's played through the offside, and that's going to run away down to wide third man and just one. So Jagisa is off the mark, and Trinidad and Tobago also off the mark on 1, and 136 more to go for TNT. And Jamaica will not make this easy. They're a team that we know at any level that Jamaica do not know the meaning of the word defeat.
Yeah, they would fight. They would fight to the last video. They would ensure that all the runs scored will be earned by the TNT batters. So Jaggers are getting off the mark. They're short on that off stump there, just rocking onto the back foot and eased it down to third man. So Trinidad and Tobago is off and running. Justin Jagisa. So it's going to be Kyle Ramdu to take strike.
Left-handed Ramdu, as you can see. Ooh, that was coming back in, but I think most of the movement there was after the ball passed the wicket, because as it starts to slow down, the swing starts to take effect from the cross breeze. After 1 over, Trinidad and Tobago are 1 without loss, and at a required rate of 4 runs and over. That's going to be a few alarms at the moment here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, it's important that both these opening batters, they do a quick assessment of what's taking place outside there in terms of the pitch. Try and get themselves in, get the pace of the pitch most important, and try and set a foundation for the other batters to follow.
Yeah, it certainly will be the case here. And it is going to be the right arm Xavi Williams, who will be bowling now. Xavi Williams, a man from Westmoreland, played a big part with the bat. That 13 may not register as a lot on the scorecard, but what he did in that short period that he was there, he really started to fire up the innings and did well with the bat.
Yeah, Xavi Williams was able to bring that momentum towards the back end of the innings. Unfortunately, he perished in the second last over of the innings.
So he'll be bowling from the northern end of the ground. And Jagisa with 98 on his back, he's going to be facing up now. Not as long as a run-up as we saw from Deshaun James earlier. So Xavi Williams just testing out the run-up. It's a little bit different from the northern side, as we pointed out earlier in the commentary. It's a sharper ascent, if you can call it that, from the northern side, as opposed to the flatter southern side of the ground.
So the two boundary riders in this power play. There's a long one in position. and is a deep backward square on the boundary.
Just to remind you, this contest reduced to 35 overs a side as a result of a 2-hour loss of play. Jaggi is thinking about one, but straight to backward point, there's no run. Between the first and 7th over, 2 fielders allowed outside of the circle. Yeah, there was a chance of an overthrow there, but the batsmen weren't alive to it. Between the 8th and 28 overs, they allowed 4 players outside of the circle, and in the remaining overs, up to 35 overs, they allowed 5. Jaggi did not opt to use his full quota many times during this game. That's a nice looking on drive, and he picks up 1, so he's off and running again on 2. Ramdu still yet to face up, and we've seen these 2 young batters really blossom in 2022. They've been out for 2 years. They've been restricted to throwdowns in the house, in the backyard, hiding on cricket grounds, and the police aren't around. All of that has happened, and now they're getting the chance. Their first game here for TNT in 3 years.
So what a momentous occasion for all these cricketers who have the opportunity to go out and show their skill sets.
Yeah, they are. And, these 2 have had a very good season here in Trinidad and Tobago. They've become, among cricket followers at the youth level, they've become almost household names here. That took the edge, but short of second slip here. And that one bouncing significantly in front of second slip. And that one was difficult to take that. Brian Barnes was there, but he made the stop all the same.
So early in the piece, we are seeing that the pitch has lost a lot of its venom here. Video. The ball is not really traveling into the keeper. It's after pitching, it's more dying on its way to the keeper. So it has lost a bit of its hardness.
Ramdu's off the mark with a nice touch play to pick up a single. Yeah, but it is difficult to bowl from this northern end, especially if you are a pacer. We saw that the pacers from the northern end struggled at the hands of the Jamaican batsman. Fariz Ali, well, he had the keys to the Presal here. He was just running through and picked up 3 wickets.
So 2 things you need. You have to be supremely fit, and you must be very, very strong as well in order to come up that hill.
Well, these are 17-year-olds. They shouldn't tire at all, should they? Well, you'd think that, but it's not so. 17, and it's amazing to see. These 2 batters are not exactly short men in Trinidad and Tobago, but they've gone out there to bat, and they look like they've strayed into the land of the giants. That's a single. Nice touch play again this time from Jaggi. I tell you what, these Jamaican players, they're 16-year-olds, and these guys are towering over us. More than half of the side are well over 6 feet. The second over has come to an end. Trinidad and Tobago 4 without loss after 2. James to continue from the southern end. Straight to mid-wicket that time, so no run coming out there for Jaggi. So
James hitting the deck really hard here, beating Jaggi for pace. Hitting the splice of the bat. It goes out to that short mid-wicket region. There's no run.
Well, a lot is expected of Justin Jaggi in the future. West Indies under 15 captain, Trinidad and Tobago under 15 captain also. And also he was part of the West Indies under 19 camp in the run-up to the World Cup earlier this year. And he also toured England with the West Indies team last year. And to do that as a 16-year-old, to make it in when you still have 3 developmental years to go. you know, I think you see why a lot of people have highly rated this youngster.
But it's important for him to continue to work hard, Vidya.
That's a rather naughty-looking shot there by Jagesa.
But Jagesa is the kind of player, you know, he likes to feel ball onto bat, you know, so he will try as much as he can, you know, to get that feel.
This field, the two players outside of the circle are at fine leg, and there is another, one at fine leg for the moment. Set off a single and has to go back. That's straight to the fielder. What Jamaica have done here, they've decided, well, listen, we're going to try to plug some gaps here and force you to play through and get the ball through the gaps to get the runs, the doubles, the ones and the twos. Only that third man is outside of the circle at the moment.
But James is bowling to a very impressive field. He's bowling to a 7-2 field, so he must be very, very immaculate.
Oh, this one's driven through the cover region, and that's run away for 4. A superlative shot here from Justin Jagesa. The first one we've seen pitched up from James, and Jagesa was onto that in a flash.
And he just caressed that ball through that backward point region. It raced away for a boundary. And what a very impressive shot here from Justin Jagesa with a high traffic area patrolling the cover area there. He was still able to pierce that field and get a boundary.
Well, Morrison was only his body length away, and he couldn't get anywhere close to that. James is pulled out here.
And it just gives you an indicator of the power of this young man, Justin Jagesa.
Yes, that's right. He's hit that very powerfully. I mean, he is a 16-year-old, but he is well muscled. Coming down the track, but it's straight to backward point. There's no run this time. And he's using his feet here to James. It's creating a bit more pace onto it as he plays the shot. 3 overs gone. Trinidad and Tobago 8 without loss. And it's very important for these two to carry the game to the Jamaicans 1. But they also, they'd really want not to lose a wicket, as we saw from Jamaica early on.
Yeah, you don't want to be 3 down in the power play video. You want to really assess the power play properly, especially when you know what the score that you're chasing. And I'm sure Coach Riyad Emrid would have set a template in the manner in which he wants his batters to get to that score.
It's going to be Xavi Williams to continue from the northern end. He's bowling to Ramdu this time. Straight to the fielder, but Ramdu won't get a run this time. Kyle Ramdu, a man he's played for Fatima College, and as you would expect, if you are going to school at Fatima College, you would end up at some point at Queen's Park Cricket Club, which he is right now. Played at the under-19 level back in 2019. He's also a wicket-keeper, Kyle Ramdu. A perfect player, perfect machine there for this Trinidad and Tobago team. Certainly does look well balanced at the crease.
Yeah, he's a very accomplished player at his age group, Vidya, having scored a ton of runs for the Trinidad and Tobago Select 11, which had the distinction of playing in the National 2 League this year. So a wonderful opportunity for these young men, that Select team.
Well, that's gotten through. It's one go to the boundary. He's just going to get one here. But nice looking shot by Ramdu square of the wicket.
Short and wide outside the off stump. And Ramdu climbing into that, piercing that backward point position. Partially stopped by the fielder, but he's only able to get one. So that takes the score on to 9. Ramdu is on to 2, and Justin Jagesa, he's on 7. So Williams, just about military medium piece, nothing that, you know, would really give you any kind of sleepless nights.
Straight to mid-wicket. Jagisa's Ramdu actually scored an unbeaten 119 for the Hummingbirds team. They won their final by 6 wickets over the Scarlet Ibis team in the Sports and Culture Fund TNT Cricket Board Senior 50 over title earlier this year. So he's had a couple of hundreds for the year.
This one is played out to that cover position. But interesting, off your video, I'm recognizing that Justin Jagisa is batting way inside his crease. And I'm trying to understand why he has taken that stand.
This one's powered over mid-wicket. That's going to run closer to the boundary. And the fielder's dive cannot stop it. So Jagisa with his second four. And that was lifted over mid-wicket. And look at this. From outside the off stump.
And that answers my question, Vidya. He's batting deep into his crease to give himself a bit more time in order to be able to pick these short deliveries, and have that execution. And he had done that to perfection, hitting that ball over mid-wicket, and it goes into the boundary for 4.
After 4 overs, TNT are 13 without loss. So Jagisa 11 of 18 deliveries, Ramdu 2 of 6. And Justin Jagisa played a couple of games for West Indies last year on that tour of England. Didn't quite get the runs he would have wanted. 0 and 5 in those 2 games at Canterbury and Beckenham, to be exact. And so his challenge for a place in that under-19 team fell away. But you will hope to see him in future teams. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. First transgression here for the Jamaicans in the extras column, and that'll take the score to 14.
So just pitching a bit off outside the line of the leg stump is James. So James getting that ball to shape into the left-hander and away from the right-hander, but he would need to start a bit closer to Ramdu.
Oh, that's powered past cover. That could also go to the boundary. The outfield is a lot faster now. And that's gone down the slope, and it's not gone to the boundary. In the meantime, the batsmen have completed 3. And the left-handed Ramdu, that was a lovely push through the covers for 3 runs.
So James just overcompensating. And Ramdu was able to caress that ball through that backward point region. It had 4 written, all of it, but excellent fielding. And it only resulted in 3 runs. But what a wonderful shot from young Ramdu here. Showing a lot of poise, showing a lot of stability when executing here. But it brings back skipper Justin Jagisa.
Straight to the fielder, there's no run. Jagisa got a really nice 100 for South earlier this year in the North-South Under-17 Classic. Jagisa got 128, Alexander Chase 49, and they got to 224 all out. However, North were able to chase down that to win, but Jagisa's 128 to lift South from 70 for 7 was a great innings.
And playing a naughty shot outside the line of the off stump. Should have just raised his arm and allowed this ball to go into the keeper. So just possibly losing a bit of concentration here, skipper Jagisa. But he, as we both know, Vidya, he's a naturally attacking player, so he likes to get on with it.
This one is played down to third man. He will pick up 1. So Jagisa has looked quite fluent so far. Jagisa has been very good this season. And the 14-member squad, as we mentioned, that 128 for South. He did have that. And the Trinidad and Tobago team coached by Riyad Emrit. The manager is another former national player, Rajendra Mangali. And Rajendra Mangali, and certainly a fine all-rounder, 2 very good all-rounders for TNT.
Yeah, and Rajendra Mangali, the present national under-17 manager, he's also the chairman of the senior men's team as well.
Chairman of selectors, yeah, that's driven through the covers. I don't think this is going to carry to the boundary. The fielder's going to track it down. They get 2. So Ramdu here with the left-hand combination certainly has troubled James. This one outside the off stump, and Ramdu just leaning into that beautifully. He's a tall batter Not like Jagisa, who's a little bit more compact. He is tall and languid and just leaning into that for another couple of runs.
So James just going full and wide and allowing Ramdu to extend those levers, and he played that ball through extra cover and he gets a breeze.
So far, confident start here. After 5 overs, Trinidad and Tobago are ahead of the scoring rate, the required rate, which started out at 3.91. Well, it's just about the same position there. So 20 without loss after 5.
So the boys here supporting the guys out in the middle. Sami Sarup, Luka Ali, just to name a few. Looking on at the action here. Ragunanan as well, Ricky Ragunanan. They're taking a keen interest as to what's taking place out in the middle.
Well, we were told that Kevin Kanhai will bat if he is required. Kevin Kanhai was injured. That's Abdullah Cambridge, I believe. That was, or that is that Sarup.
I'm not too sure. It seems like Sarup, Sami Sarup.
Samir Sarup, the off spinner, left out for this game, but I'm sure he'll get a chance somewhere during the competition. It's quite a compact schedule, so there will be changes in teams in this schedule.
And it's going to be a very compact schedule indeed. We play today, we play tomorrow. The guys are off on Monday. They come back on Tuesday for another 50-over contest. And then on Wednesday, there's back-to-back T20 games.
So the competition reworked after the first 2 days were washed out completely. This game was due to have been played on Tuesday, but the organizers, after losing the first 2 days of the 2 rounds of the competition, decided let's restart the competition, and what a good choice that was. And they've had to rework the structure of the competition to accommodate for that. And there's a change in the bowling here from the northern end. It's going to be Edwards to continue. Rion Edwards didn't trouble the scorers, went first ball in when he batted. Rion Edwards, the man from Manchester, plays for Mayday High School, I understand.
So a lot of these youngsters, video would still be attending a secondary school, in their various territories.
Well, he started off on a nice hard length. I like the look of his run-up. He is in very quickly. Very, very tall at the crease.
Yeah.
Left-arm medium pacer. He's the only left-arm medium pacer on the team.
And it's always exciting to see, the left-handers, the left-armers in operation video.
Started off well. A nice hard length here. Start off that one a bit too much wider off the off stump, so pushed away for a single by Jagisa. Let's see how he bowls to the left-handed Ramdu here.
But what I like about this opening pair for Trinidad and Tobago video, the run in between the wickets has been very, very precise. It's been aggressive, and they've been able to try and break up that field as quickly as possible.
So back with the new bowler, Rion Edwards, bowling from the northern end, which is always going to be difficult, as we pointed out. Nice looking on drive, but not a run. Straight to the fielder, and he's mentioned that Edwards is from Manchester. So many wonderful schools there. Mayday High School, one of them. Manchester High, Mile Gully High, also in that area, an area in Jamaica that has produced some great citizens. Luciano, the reggae musician, is from that area. I'm sure you can repeat a few of his songs if we ask you right now. That's a shorter delivery here, and Ramdu got on top of that well, couldn't guide it into the gap.
But this youngster Edwards, he reminds me of Pedro Collins of out of Barbados video, seeing kind of a run up.
Yeah, not a bad shot at all. Yeah, it's Pedro Collins, another left armer, Gave Sachin Tendulkar no end of worries here in the Caribbean when he came up against him. Ramdu working this one straight back to the bowler this time. And Manchester, where Mr. Edwards is from, has produced Elaine Thompson, the double Olympic gold medalist. Christopher Williams also from there. And we talk about musicians. Mentioned Luciano, also Tony Rebel and Garnet Silk, also from that area.
Wow, what pedigree of musicians in that area.
Yeah. Well, it hasn't gone as smooth as a Luciano vocal so far here for Jamaica, or even a Garnet Silk for that matter. After 6 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago team are 21 without loss. Back here at Inchanali Park, home of Presal Cricket Club, one of the, at one time, one of the top cricket clubs in Trinidad and Tobago, a team that would have won the first 2 T20 titles in the domestic competition back in the first decade of this century. Tony Gray was the coach at that time, and there was a young fast bowler, may have heard of him, Shannon Gabriel was here at that time. Powered onto the onside. This is going to be tight. Oh, he's gone! That's a great bit of fielding. And Chagisar has been run out. What a bit of fielding there. Pick up and throw. It was always going to be chancy. And that was, I think it was Redwood was the man who came in and he made the play to run out Chagisar. Look at this. Picked it up. And that's it. The end of Chagisar. He's out, run out.
So excellent anticipation from Redwood to execute that run out. So excellent feeling from Redwood there, seizing the opportunity here, Vidya, moving in really swiftly and getting that ball quickly and affecting that run out. So disappointment for Justin Chagisar, just disappointment for Trinidad and Tobago. You know, when we just about thinking that, you know, the opening batters, you know, has taken the opportunity to seize, you know, and looking to seize the opportunity to put a handle on this game. Well, Justin Chagisar gets run out in the piece.
So one of the early batsmen, Luke Alley, bowls right arm medium pace, right-handed batsman. He's out there right now. He's at the non-striker's end, and what a bit of work by Redwood, Tamari Redwood, the man from Kingston CC Cricket Club, that is. He was in very quickly. I think his fielding coach at Kensington, would have been very, very happy with that.
Well, I'm sure this that is a dismissal that is going to stay with him for a very, very long time, Vidya.
Well, I think his coach at Kensington is also coach of the Jamaica team, Robert Turner. And has been a good start here from James. James continuing here from the southern end of the ground. This is his fourth over, and they've shared up the other 3 at the other end between Shabby Williams and Rion Edwards.
So the guidelines that we are following, Vidya, the first 7 overs must be bowled by the seamers.
Good delivery, squared him up there, played it back to the bowler. Much better line here that he's bowled to Ramdu. He was guilty of being too wide in the previous overs and was put away for a couple of runs.
But hitting the deck hard is James. That one was on to Kyle Ramdu very, very quickly.
Ooh, that's not far away from the edge. Went into that expansive drive. But after the loss of the skipper Jagisar, Trinidad and Tobago will not want to lose another wicket here. The target is a small one, 137. But a couple of wickets here, and Jamaica could well and truly be on top.
Well, when chasing these small targets, you got to be very, very positive as well, Vidya. You don't want to get into a shell and dig a hole for yourself.
Good delivery again. He certainly has changed his line well here. And what a tonic that run out has done for this Jamaica team. They tailed away so badly towards the end of their innings. And don't forget, they also, there was a spell in which in the middle overs, between the 15th and the 25th over, in those 10 overs, they only scored 11 runs and lost a wicket during that period. Was ball them! Oh yes, this is what Jamaica wanted. Gone straight through Ramdu. He's lost his leg stump. Think he's played that one on.
Let's have a look at it there. James into Ramdu. This ball is tailing back into the left-hander, hits the inside edge, and rockets into the leg pole. Ramdu leaves the arena. Ball by James.
So Jamaica have done exactly what the coach would have told them to go out to do. Go out and get early wickets and put Trinidad and Tobago back on the back foot, and they have done exactly that. 21 now for 2. And Rambaran is a new batsman. Ramdu has been bowled for 7, inside edge onto the leg stump. And now it is the left-handed Andrew Rambaran out there to do battle for Trinidad and Tobago.
So a very timely breakthrough here by James. Bowling extremely well here. Making that critical breakthrough with both openers back in the shed. The Trinidad and Tobago Trinidad and Tobago team will want both these batters, Luke Ali and Rambaran, to stitch together a partnership.
Well, Andrew Rambaran has been around for quite a while. Actually, there was a entry on US Open cricket back when he was 13 years old. I am a left-handed batsman and a left-arm orthodox spinner, and I've outlined his primary school at that time. Well, he's grown up a bit since then. Andrew Rambaran, the man from Hillview College, plays for Queen's Park and played for the under-15 team for, I believe it was 4 seasons before making it to the West Indies under-15 team. So he is a player with some quality. We'll go over, came to an end there, 7 overs, 2 for 21. So this has been excellent here from Jamaica. That run-out chance and the wicket of Ramdu in that last over has changed totally the complexion of this game.
And that dismissal of Jagisar, that really invigorated the Jamaicans.
Here's Edwards, and Ali is going to face up now. Yeah, there's more chirp out there for the Jamaicans now, and I think they're feeling a lot better than they were 10 minutes ago. Jagisar and Ramdu had started very well. They brought up 20 in no time, but now both of those players are out, and Jamaica have 2 new batsmen at the crease. In fact, just 1 ball between them faced.
So a huge responsibility on both Luke Ali and Andrew Rambaran to resurrect this Trinidad and Tobago innings.
Oh, he was pulling the bat away, and well, he got something on that. So he's going to get 1, but a fortuitous way for Luke Ali to get off the mark here. And Trinidad and Tobago have to be very careful. They could find themselves tailing away very early here. And this Jamaica team, they mean business as they're out there today.
Well, Luke Ali was guilty of trying to leave the ball and still, was able to get bat onto that ball. So a bit of indecision from Luke Ali there. Not sure whether to play or leave, and in the end he did neither. And the ball just took the outside edge and went down to third man.
Credit to Edwards though, bowling in that corridor of uncertainty, as Jeff Boycott called it. Solid looking shot here from Rambaran, and no run resulting.
So Edwards starting very impressively here, bowling extremely well.
Yeah, the left armer, well, we saw the left arm pacer in A-guard start from that side for Trinidad and Tobago. Another left armer in here for Jamaica. This one's played on the onside. They will get one comfortably here. And there are viewers all over the Caribbean, all over the world. We have gotten some contact from some viewers and some relatives of Fariz Ali in the Miami area. So they are making their presence felt, and they're congratulating him on his 3 wickets earlier today.
Yeah, very unfortunate not to be given that 4th wicket.
It did seem that there was a deflection. Of course, we're not in the best position. Good bowling here from Ryan Edwards. He's not getting a lot of movement, but this line and length, he's really getting it on the right spot here, not giving the batsman much room at all to get the ball away.
Well, he's asking a lot of questions of the batters here, Vidya, and with Luke Ali just straight out to the middle, you know, he will want to spend as much time as possible to get a piece of the pitch.
On a very high front leg, as we would have seen from the former Jamaican fast bowler Patrick Patterson, who just seemed to be raising the leg above the stumps as he came down. All the same, Trinidad and Tobago are 23 for 2 after 8 overs.
Cricket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all the live action. Cricket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
So after a good start, Trinidad and Tobago pushed back here by the Jamaicans. 2 wickets. Jagisar run out for 13 and Ramdu played on and was bowled for 7. Well, you've seen a lot of Luke Ali. What do you expect from him?
Well, Luke Ali is one of the most exciting young players that we have in terms of batting. Vidya, at a very early age, he has shown that maturity, a lot of elegance in this young man, and one will hope that, you know, during the course of this tournament, you know, he will really move from strength to strength and showcase his talent.
And of course, with him there is Rambaran, who we know is a quality player.
Rambaran has shown all the skill sets required to, you know, really push on in his career, but he would need to really buckle down here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, very full delivery here from James, who is bowling his 5th over in a row here. We haven't seen, as for outside of the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago, none of the pacers bowled more than 4 overs. So a little bit of a surprise here. James has been given an extended spell.
Well, James is showing that he's supremely fit, Vidya, in order to bowl 500 shots.
All Jamaicans are fit, come on.
But there's a difference between normal fitness and match fitness, Vidya.
We've seen so many fine athletes out of Jamaica. When we look at this team, we see, I mean, there are different body sizes on the team. Ware's a big unit, but even Ware is pretty good across the ground.
Yeah, he's a good mover across the outfield.
But they're all very fine athletes out there.
And one expect nothing different coming out of Jamaica, Vidya.
Yeah, it's very good food in Jamaica, I have to tell you. It's played in front of square, and that will run away close to the boundary. They're going to get 2 here. Redwood is after it, and nobody wants to run with any ball close to Redwood based on what he's done already.
Well,
he just got that too early. He played it in front of square.
Yeah, Redwood seems to be creating a lot of confusion when it comes to running when he's chasing. But Andrew Rambaran was able to really stand tall and execute that back foot punch through that extra cover region, and he gets a breeze.
Well, he pulls out here, James. He wasn't quite ready. Just didn't seem to have his mind fully focused there as he came in. I decided that was it. He's going to pull out here.
So Rambaran playing that ball to the left of extra cover and to the right of mid-on. Mid-off, my apology.
Yeah, Rambaran has been impressive. We've seen his fielding and his catching, his fielding. Now we're seeing his batting. He looks very competent at the crease already. And this is a player the Trinidad and Tobago senior team, I'm sure, will have a close look at, because in a couple of years, if he continues the way he has, we could see him possibly setting into that senior squad. Another nice looking shot here. Of course, it'll be difficult to see him unseating the likes of that in that Trinidad and Tobago middle order. Jason Mohammed, of course, will still have some a couple of years with the Trinidad and Tobago team at least.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed, the southpaw, the season campaigner. But in order to keep your spot, you need to continue to perform.
Off the pads here, and that's a confident shot by Jamaica. But umpire Willoughby says that's not out. Well, so it'll be interesting to see how that one went. End of the 9th over, and that's the end of the 5th over here from James. And this is how it went here, Anil.
So James moves in.
It was going to hit the stumps, but I think that one, well, this angle isn't the greatest here. We're just off center, but I think that one definitely landing outside the leg stump.
Yeah, and tailing away from the left-hander as well with the angle.
Well, that looks refreshing. A green coconut, rather cold here on a hot afternoon, would certainly go down just about right. And maybe something else in it. What was that you're saying in it?
A little scotch.
26 for 2 after 9 overs here, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, that's a full toss, and that's been helped on its way for 4 runs. Was that a no ball? Was very, very close, but the umpire signaled that was a legal delivery, and down the leg side, and yeah, he's just lost control of that one.
So James possibly just overstriding here, Vidya, looking for that extra pace and overcompensating, bowling a leg stump half volley. Andrew Ambaran just helped it on its way down to that fine leg position for a boundary.
Well, based on what we've seen from Edwards in these 2.1 overs so far, I don't think it is a terrible idea to switch him around to the other end, where it's a lot better for the fast bowlers. Driven nicely, but straight to the fielder. And a nice looking pleasant drive from Rambaran. We certainly have seen some fine batting today, especially from Jordan Johnson, who was absolutely brilliant before he mishit a full toss straight into the hands of mid-wicket. But that 48 he hit, I'm sure all of those who saw it here at Presal will remember him for a long time. That's another excellent shot. He's picked out the fielder again here, Rambaran. Yep, yeah, you can do the push-ups. And there's Johnson showing, yes, I do have something in me to continue to do the push-ups.
So 2 lovely off drives, but no run resulting.
I think he saw that from Shikhar Dhawan yesterday. Dhawan did that at the Oval after he made a fine stop himself. Slower delivery. Work here for Johnson. Oh, he's missed it this time. And that's gone for 4. Well, I think he'll need to do a few more push-ups after missing that one.
So the commentators, Kursia Vidya, having praised him for 2 excellent stops, he just allowed this one to go through him. My, he must be very embarrassed at this stage.
Well, I think the coach is going to ask him to do a few more push-ups when he comes off the field, because that was a regulation stop. It's not the easiest of outfields. Certainly the groundsmen have done a great job, but there's still a few patches there. I'm not sure if he got a little bobble at the end. Oh, back to him, he's caught, yes! And Rambaran's gone! And he's done the trick here, Edwards. 3 wickets for Jamaica, 34 for 3, and they are certainly on top now.
What a strike here by James. Back off a length here. Andrew not back or forward here. Get caught into that half-cock position and tamely hitting it back to the bowler here. So Andrew Rambaran, having looked very promising, has to leave the arena.
Edwards does the trick here for Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago, after a confident start, 20 without loss, and they have now lost their third wicket, 34 for 3. So Jamaica into the middle order now, and this has been an excellent start for the team in yellow and black here. And the men from Jamaica under 17, they haven't won this title in more than 10 years. If they can get past the home team here, that'll be a magnificent start for them in this competition.
Well, it will give them, that kind of kickstart that's required in order to go on to win any tournament, having gotten a great result against the host team.
Well, Rion Edwards, what spell he's bowled here. 11 runs. Yes, there was that boundary earlier in the over, but he's bowled so well. And Rambaran attacking a ball that was not quite there for him to attack. Hit it straight back to the bowler, and that was an excellent catch. Look how fast this went back. Yeah, he took that well. Oh, yeah, he's off to the races. He could have run the 400 meters after that.
I think he was very surprised that it got stuck in.
He took that very well. It's never easy after you've just gone through your delivery stride and you're just getting back up. The ball comes flying back at you. He took that very well. New batsman for Trinidad and Tobago is Orlando James, and a young man from Tobago from Scarborough Secondary School has a big task on his hands here.
Orlando James, someone who has huge promise, will want to take the opportunity here to resurrect this innings for Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, he's playing off the back foot. That was dangerous. And to Rion Edwards, that could be deadly. That one has beaten the stumps there. And after 10 overs, Trinidad and Tobago in all sorts of trouble now. 34 for 3. So after 10 overs, Trinidad and Tobago are 34 for 3. They're chasing 137 runs for victory. That is looking like a very tall order at the time. The required rate, which started off at 3.91, is now up to 4.12 with the loss of those wickets. And the last 2 wickets falling for the addition of only 13 runs. In the last 5 overs, Trinidad and Tobago only scoring 14 runs and Ilakan. That shows how much the Jamaicans have taken control of this game. First sign of spin now for Jamaica.
Edwards bowling an excellent spell there, prying out that prize wicket of Rambaran not too long ago.
And it looks like the leg spinner. And the leg spinner is now going to be in operation here. This is actually Johnson, the captain, Jordan Johnson, the skipper who produced that remarkable 48 earlier today. Leg break googly bowler. Here he is in now to bowl. Hit straight to backward point. Covered the second bounce very well. It almost took it away from him. But that's a nice stop there by Wedderburn.
So flighted delivery by Johnson. This one is carved away to backward point. No run.
Oh, he's flighted that one well. Has that one carried? Has he taken an edge there? May have come off the pad that time. Well taken in that gully position. Half-hearted appeal.
Yeah, this one definitely coming off the pads here. Luke Ali trying to square drive that ball.
Well, off the pads of the keeper, actually. Correction. Yeah, didn't seem there wasn't much of a deflection there. Yeah, and Ali, he's trying to play from on the crease here. I mean, we have seen over the years that the more successful players against spin tend to play that ball 2 or 3 feet in front of the crease. So he has to get out there and face the music. Just one here for Ali. Nice looking athletic stop in the outfield. Morrison made the stop that time, and he's giving it a little bit of air here, Johnson.
Well, it's good signs for the young leg spinner, taking the initiative, to get the ball above the eye line of the batters, I really love to see the spinners when they give the ball a little loop and allow the ball to get whatever purchase that's on offer on the surface.
Yeah, that one high up over the head of the bowler. It's a misfield, and this should be 2 runs here for Trinidad and Tobago. A little bit of an ease in the pressure here on the Trinidad and Tobago team. Misfield by Xavi Williams.
So Xavi Williams just allowing the pressure to be taken off the batters, taking his eyes off the ball at the critical moment here. Just when he was about to haul it in, he took his eyes off.
Yeah, that was Orlando James's second ball. He didn't look too confident against the first one. Let's see what he can produce here. He's facing up to the Jamaica captain. Stylishly playing that one into the extra cover region. There is no run. And that is the end of Johnson's first over. At the end of his first over, none for 3. Jamaica have restricted Trinidad and Tobago for 37 for 3 after 11 overs here at Inchinali Park.
So Johnson making an immediate impact here at the Inchinali Park, giving the ball generous flight and allowing it to spin off the surface here. So both James and Luke Ali, they have a task on their hands here to resurrect the Trinidad and Tobago innings.
Well, the hero of Jamaica for the moment, Tamari Redwood, is now going to be bowling from the northern end. So spin at both ends here for Jamaica. And Jamaica have the 2 leg spinners in action. Tamari Edwards from the Excelsior High School out of Kingston, also a player for the Kensington team, Kensington Cricket Club.
So both leg spinners are going to be bowling in tandem with each other. So it's going to be Luca Ali to receive from Redwood.
Luke Ali, 2 of 8 deliveries so far. James, 2 of 3. Yeah, and again he is playing off the crease here. So these 2 batters looking a little bit wary of these 2 leg spinners. Not a lot of sign of turn here so far. Anil? Yeah, that one turned a little bit. Yeah, get some turn. Well, when you're playing at Presal, you have to expect some turn, because Presal, their cricket team, Presal Cricket Club, have based their attacks mainly around spin for many years.
Yeah, and that surface would have dried out considerably as well.
Pulls that away. That's going to go towards the boundary here. The fielder is after it. He's going to pull it in. And in the meantime, the batsmen get 2 more runs. Short delivery here. Just drag that down that time, Redwood. And Ali was gleefully there to take those 2 runs.
Redwood possibly just gripping the ball a bit too tightly here on this occasion here and pulling it down. But Luke Ali was good enough to loft that ball into the mid-wicket region for 2 runs.
Wide long on in place now here for Jamaica. That's the only fielder outside of that long off in place outside of the circle at the moment. Another short delivery, not far away from the bowler that time, just going to be 1. But I tell you what, both of those pulled shots didn't look entirely in control of either one.
No, he doesn't seem to be picking the leg spin at all. Just seems to be looking to stay back on the back foot and then try and play whatever is served up to him. So he's basically camping on the back foot, looking for whatever variation is presented to him and react to the delivery.
Yeah, he's not reading it from the hand, is he? At the moment here. It's Orlando James now facing up. Right hand out of Tobago. Oh, that is a nice shot, and that's gone behind square. It's only going to be 2 this time. The field is across to it. And it is Wedderburn out there. So just 2 more runs to the total here for Trinidad and Tobago. 5 runs off this over so far.
So Orlando James square driving this ball through that backward point region. Picks up a brace.
Well,
that takes the score on to 42 for 3.
It was the misfield was actually by Wedderburn. It just went around him. Oh, that's swept away behind square. 4 runs. 9 runs off the over here for Trinidad and Tobago, and Redwood's first over has gone for 9. Not exactly the start he wanted.
So look at it again here. Badly line delivery outside the line of the leg stump and asking to be swept, and James executed that sweep shot to perfection. It raced into that backward square boundary for 4, and the score moves up to 46 for 3 after 12.
Yeah, the thing was that, yes, he's hitting against the turn, but it was so full a delivery that there wasn't enough time for it to turn and defeat the batsman. So he got onto that very well, and he got the middle of the bat.
Well, this is one of the challenges being a wrist spinner, a video. Ever so often, you know, the control, you know, at this stage of their development is always never the best. So you would expect that you would get possibly a half volley or a drag down, as the case may be. But it's exciting to see these young leg spinners into action.
Yeah, it certainly is. 2 leg spinners in action. I don't think we've seen that very often. And here we are. And we talked about the paucity of wrist spinners in some of the previous competitions. In the women's under 19, not a lot of leg spinners. But here, to see 2 leg spinners in action at the same time, it's a bit refreshing. So it's lifted over the head of the bowler. Will that carry? Well, that is gone for 1, but that should have been taken there by James. Deshaun James came in and he bailed out of that one early, and his coach is not happy at all.
Yeah, the coaches are livid with that effort there, video. That ball traveled a long time in the air. He could have possibly made a better effort there, video, to hold that one in.
I think he just started very late. I'm not sure if he saw it earlier and in time here. Fielder does well this time, but I'm trying to figure out how come he didn't see that. Yes, it is a cloudy day, but there's not a lot of white behind that particular area. Straight back to the bowler, and this is another good over here from Johnson. 11 balls he's bowled, only conceded 4 runs, and one of them you could say should have been caught. Big hit. Oh, he's had gone past slip, and that could run close to the boundary. That has gone. Has that hit the boundary here? I think it's, yeah, the fielder has said it has hit the ropes, so that is 4 runs. A fortuitous edge. He went for the big shot, and that one goes into the boundary. After 13 overs, the 50 is up for Trinidad and Tobago, 51 for 3.
So flighted delivery here from Johnson. Orlando James going for that booming drive. It took the outside edge and flew down to the third man for a boundary.
Well, the comparison, here is the comparison. Jamaica brought up their 50 of 10.3 overs. Trinidad and Tobago brought up their 50 of 13 overs, and they have lost 3 wickets in the piece.
So not much of a difference here after 12 overs, video.
Well, there's a 2-wicket difference. That's the thing. And Trinidad and Tobago have taken a bit more time. So James on 12, Ali on 6. This is a gripping battle here at Inchanali Park in Presal. It's going to be Redwood to continue from the northern end. 9 runs in his first over. Another, well, that one wasn't quite short here. There's a misfield, but Ali has not looked quite comfortable on these pull shots.
Well, he should have rocked onto the back foot and back punch that ball through extra cover. That possibly would have been a better option for him.
That's what he's trying to do with this one. I think he's heard you. And couldn't quite power it through the covers to pick up a run here. But Redwood not quite as short as he was in that first over. Oh, better delivery here. I think that back foot was planted this time. But we've seen, we're talking about the leg spinners and the problems they face, certainly at this level, this developmental level. The main thing, of course, unlike the off spinners who have the index finger to use, the leg spinners don't quite have it to pilot the ball. That's why they're not quite as accurate. A bit too wide this time. I think he would have, that could have been a wide had he let that one go.
So Luke Ali still not picking the deliveries, camping onto the back foot.
Yeah, he's reacting to the spin. That's why he's playing shots like that. Off the back foot and gets one this time. Yeah, there are two schools of thought in terms of success against the spinners. Of course, getting that contact point 2 or 3 feet down the pitch, or, as Joe Root would do, played from inside of the pitcher, inside of the crease at many times.
So, and it all has to do with picking the length of the delivery at a very early stage of when it's released. So when it's released, when you pick the length of video, you're able to make that adjustment either to go forward or...
Much better here from Wedderburn in this second over, and just 1 run resulting in his second. 9 off the first, and he's gotten his the bugs out of the system already. So after 14 overs, Trinidad and Tobago are 52 for 3. So the required rate now up to 4.05. Jamaica getting to 136. They were bowled out with 1 ball to go in their 35 overs. Delightful 48 from Jordan Johnson, 23 apiece from Adrian Ware and Stephen Wedderburn. 3 wickets for Fariz Ali. Fariz Ali was actually by during the lunch break, and there's a huge red mark on the back of his left leg. Full toss, back over the head of the bowler, just 1 this time.
So this one is chipped long on, long off by Luca Ali. It brings Joshua James to face Redwood.
Well, James went for a big shot in the last over and took an edge away from first slip. Let's see what he does this time. Oh, that is another big shot. The slog sweep. That's gone all the way. 6 runs for Orlando James. And the man from Tobago powering that over mid-wicket.
Look at it again. Flighted leg spinner on off stump, and he pulled out the slog sweep and deposited handsomely over that mid-wicket fence for 6 runs.
Well, that's there was the result. The hands in the air from umpire Willoughby. Umpire Willoughby from Barbados. Imran Mokan from Guyana also out there. Well, he's gone for another one here. This one's gone not with the same result, but it is going to go away for 4. No, in fact, it stopped just before the ropes. James has picked up 2 here.
So James favoring the slog sweep against the leg spinner here, Vidya. But I must admit, the running could have been a lot better on this occasion.
Well, James has not played here a lot, so he felt that was going to bounce away. But in fact, what happened is that the ball dropped onto the soft surface and just pretty much stuck there. And then he realized, oh, I need to run this. He got 2 in the end. Problems here for Johnson. Oh, the better from Johnson. That's a good stop. Similar situation to the run out of Jagisar earlier. Just going back to that, did he really need to take that single at that point?
I thought it was totally unnecessary at that stage.
Now the full toss and under the fielder this time. Just 1. Yeah, so that was the first wicket for Jamaica. Jagisar run out for 13. Ramdu played on to James after that. He was out for 7. And then Rambaran was caught and bowled Edwards for 11. But since then, that was 34 for 3. These two have almost added 30 runs in a very quick time here. And James, with those 8 runs off that over, has pushed up the scoring rate. After 15, Trinidad and Tobago are 62 for 3. Altogether, it's looking a much better picture than it was half an hour ago.
So what we're seeing, Vidya, Luke Ali is just looking to knock the ball around, and Orlando James, he's taking the opportunity to extend himself.
28 runs scored in the last 5 overs. Trinidad and Tobago scored 20 in the first 5, 14 in the second 5, and now 28. There is the Trinidad and Tobago national flag, the red, white, and black, and red symbolizing the power of the people. Certainly. Here is Redwood, just on cue. This one is, did he get some contact or not? Maybe a little bit of a paddle onto that. They will get 2. They should get 3. It's a very good turn and run. It could be close. He's gotten there comfortably in the end.
So excellent running here from both Orlando James and Luke Ali, seizing the opportunity to get 3 runs here. Orlando James just lap sweeping that ball down to the fine leg position there, and they get 3 runs.
Yeah, so 3 more there for the batter, and Orlando James has moved up quickly, swiftly, 24 of 14 deliveries. Ali has struggled, 8 of 22. However, this innings from James certainly has been the ideal tonic for Ali. He doesn't feel under any pressure this time. Just needs to turn over the strike. Or you can do that. That's high over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Another short delivery here from Redwood, and this time he's onto it well and smashes that away for 6.
So very impressive ball striking from Luke Ali, getting deep into his crease and executed that shot to perfection, lofting it high and handsome over the mid-wicket fence for 6 runs.
Well, Redwood being punished here, 29 runs off his 3.2 overs. And he hasn't quite gotten it right in this over again. Second over was a lot better, and the third, but the fourth over has been expensive already. 9 runs off the over already. Better. That's what he did in the last 2 overs.
And that shot that Luke Ali executed, that will do his confidence a world of good as well, Vidya.
It certainly would. And let's see if it does in fact fire up his batting at the moment. Oh, that's beaten the fielder, and that's going to be 2 more runs here. That's the captain this time, missing that one. Never an easy position to field at backward point, especially when that second bounce comes in.
Well, more importantly, Skipper Johnson didn't read that back spin especially when the batters are driving. It comes off the edge and it just eludes you at the last moment.
Yeah, the first bounce is all right, but the next one is absolutely wicked. Full toss, push through the covers here. That's going to be 1. They will get a second run here. It might have been 3 on if they had pushed for it. And Redwood has lost the plot here. That is 13 runs of 5 deliveries already.
So lovely extra cover drive from Luke Ali, just leaning onto that and caressing it through the extra cover position, and he picks up that double.
Oh, another short one. That one I thought he could have launched it also, but picked up 1 more. So that is an excellent over for Trinidad and Tobago, and in that over they picked up 14 runs, and that is exactly the tonic they wanted.
Yeah, so good ball striking from Luke Ali in this over, taking it to Redwood there. And Redwood overs, after 4 overs, conceding 34 runs in the piece. So score after 16 overs, Trinidad and Tobago chasing 137 for victory. They are well placed at 76 for 3. Luke Ali's on 19 from 27 deliveries, and Orlando James, he's motored his way to 24 from 14 deliveries. And Orlando James has really, taken it to the Jamaican bowlers. A video.
Certainly has. Now Johnson's going to continue here. Took a little bit of punishment in the last over. That's a faster delivery, and he was giving it some air earlier. Now much flatter trajectory now after that assault on his bowling in the second over.
But no evidence of any googly dust yet.
Not quite yet. Yeah, you tend to find these younger bowlers try to get their line of length first before they start to execute the variations. But we haven't seen that quite yet from Johnson. He did say he does possess one. That's a good run from the 2 young Trinidad and Tobago batters. And look at how this calculated assault here from Orlando James has improved the Trinidad and Tobago partnership. Now James is on to 24 of 14. Ali, who is well behind the rate here, he's now blossomed to 20 of 30 deliveries, and that has been the ideal tonic for him. James's innings has released the pressure off him.
Yeah, what James has done really impressively is allowing Luke Ali.
Oh, and he's going to sky this one, and it drops into no man's land. No one was able to get across to it. And I think really that one's gone high into the air. The keeper did not move. I thought that should have been the keeper's catch. He was closest to it.
Well, I thought he would have commanded that he took that catch.
Well, the amount of spin on that, you would think the man with the glove should have gone for it.
Definitely. But no one out of the three guys took the responsibility to claim the catch.
Yeah, it's a bit ragged here for the Jamaica team at the moment. But really, the height that ball went to, no one took command of the situation. And I really felt that the keeper should have gotten on to that. That is the big man out there. Should have gotten to that. They get another single here. And Ali, who we were heaping praises on for a moment, almost gave it away with attacking a ball that he shouldn't have. 17 overs gone, 78 for 3. The break for water here. Trinidad and Tobago losing wickets at 20, 21 and 34.
Wicket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all of the live action. Wicket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world. Wicket 360, the #1 link for streaming sports in Trinidad and Tobago. Like, follow and share our Facebook and YouTube platforms for all of the live action. Wicket 360, we bring real sport to your virtual world.
Welcome back to Inchinali Park here in Presal, Trinidad, Central Trinidad to be exact, where Trinidad and Tobago are chasing 137 for victory against Jamaica in round 1, CWI Rising Stars Under-17 Championship. Jamaica getting to 136 all out, 34.5 overs. This game reduced to 35 overs aside after 2 hours were lost due to rain earlier today. Now we're going to see Jamaica making another bowling change. They brought on Stephen Wedderburn to bowl. He had 23 earlier today. Let's see how he's going to go here against this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. Big strong guy is Wedderburn, well muscled of a 16-year-old. Tell you what, I don't know if that he represents all of 16-year-olds in Jamaica, but tell you what, that he's pretty formidable sight, isn't he?
He is indeed a huge unit. He's a big unit, Video.
Wouldn't want to run into him in a dark alley anywhere. He doesn't have the longest runner, but tell you what, he's generating a fair amount of pace already.
Well, he seems to be bowling off his shoulders.
Yeah, very, very strong he is. And Stephen Wedderburn. And Stephen Wedderburn from not one of those Kingston boys. He and the captain, Jordan Johnson, play for the Lucas Cricket Club. Bit too short, and you can see the pace here already. James, who was timing the ball so well, has not been able to get really a bat on ball in anger already so far in this game, in this short spell.
Yeah, Wedderburn seems to be hitting the deck quite hard, Video, and actually is forcing the likes of James onto the back foot.
Good stop. Once again, another really good stop there. This time, is that Williams? Yeah, it is Williams who made the stop. There are 4 Williams on the Jamaica team. 4 players with the last name Williams. None of them are related, if you can believe that. 2 of them did not play, Marlon Williams and Malik Williams. So half the quota of Williams is used here by the Jamaica team. Jamaica 10.3 overs to get their first 50. Trinidad and Tobago took 18 balls more. Jamaica were really flying early. And I think when you look back at that Jamaica innings, they would have been perhaps a bit unhappy. I think they left maybe about 30-40 runs out there.
They definitely did left about 30-40 runs of what they wanted to score. But kudos to the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers as well, Vidya. They did a magnificent job in the middle overs. Both Raghunathan and Rambaran did an excellent job in stemming the tide, and more importantly, they were able to pry out wickets at regular intervals that really send the Jamaica batting line into panic.
Another quick delivery here from Wedderburn. An impressive looking athlete is Wedderburn at age 16, and that has ended a good over. And it is a maiden over here for Wedderburn to start off. That is exactly what Jamaica would have wanted. And tell you what, I was a little bit surprised that they took off Rian Edwards so quickly. I think he would have bowled maybe 4 overs or so. And the parents there, I think they're happy that Edwards came off the attack, because he was really bowling well. He came off, they made the change to the spin at both ends. That did not work out for Jamaica. Trinidad and Tobago were 34 for 3 at that point, and I think they would have been feeling doom and gloom at that point. But it hasn't. Jamaica just maybe letting TNT off the hook here.
Well, Skipper Johnson, I felt, as you rightly said, he did miss the trick. I possibly would have continued with Edwards for possibly another 2 overs, Vidya, because he was really on song at that stage. And given the opportunity to extend himself possibly by 2 more overs, you never know what kind of effect he would have had in prying out more wickets.
Well, I think he's back now. So just as you were calling for him, here is Edwards. And he's going to be bowling from the southern end. Now, this is a lot better in terms, if you're a fast bowler, you want to bowl from this end, because it's a lot flatter. It's not that larger angle in terms of the run-up that you have from the northern end. So I think you're going to see an improved performance here from him. Bit too wide that time. They're appealing for a catch here. So wide, the umpire says there was no touch on that. Let's see. Let's see what happens here.
So it was pitching outside the line of the off stump and going further away.
Didn't seem to be any indication that the ball would have altered its trajectory in any way there. So I don't think, or maybe it could have been bat on ground, but I don't think there was anything in that. Yeah, so a little bit full here from Edwards at the start. He bowled well into that hard length in his first spell. So it's still adjusting to this the new surface at the southern end.
Well, the ball being 18 overs old now, Vidya, it would have softened up a bit.
Certainly would. His left arm over the wicket here, bowling from the southern end. Of course, this Presal crowd would have been quite used to seeing international players here. Nice looking cover drive, just going to be one out to Williams on the boundary. That's Xavi Williams. But Presal club would have been captained by the West Indies pacer, former West Indies pacer, and now commentator Ian Bishop at one time. He played here. Keith Arthurton, taken that.
Catches a video. They have to, they have to stick into your glove.
Trevon Williams was the man diving across. Now he's one of the biggest guys on the Jamaica team. When I saw, I thought he was the fast bowler. Didn't realize he was the wicket keeper. But that was a really good stop. Shades of that Rishabh Pant save yesterday against the West Indies, which I think my choice. But Samson did so well to make that stop yesterday, because that certainly would have been four. But that would have been an absolutely sensational catch. Tell you if Trevon Williams had taken that. Off the pad.
Well, it's very interesting that you brought that point up, Vidya. I think that's an excellent idea to get a slip in place. But Josh Orlando James, Vidya, I'm getting the impression that he's trying to move across his stumps and work that ball into the onside, and basically